Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on idiopathic thrombotic thrombocytopenic purpura. I'm here joined in the studio by James Wynn, the president and co-founder of the Wynn Foundation, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to James to provide some opening remarks. James?
Thank you, James. And hello, everyone. Welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on idiopathic thrombotic thrombocytopenic purpura, or iTTP. My name is James Wynn, and I'm the president and co-founder of the Wynn Foundation and brother of Rashima Wynn, who suddenly lost her life due to complications with TTP. Our mission is to build awareness and education, reduce mortality, and increase the quality of life for people living with TTP. A special welcome to the many staff members of the FDA that are taking the time to be with us today. Thank you for giving us permission to hold this meeting. We're excited to have you with us and hope that you will learn a lot today from our amazing TTP warriors and their caregivers. Thank you to our industry sponsor, Takeda Pharmaceuticals, for their generous support of this program. We are pleased to have in attendance representatives from advocacy and professional organizations, pharmaceutical companies, federal agencies, universities, clinical and research centers from all across the world. Thank you all for joining us today. Most importantly, I want to welcome the members of our audience whose lives have been directly impacted by iTTP. Today's meeting is the result of many months of planning and people working together behind the scenes. I want to extend my deep gratitude to everyone involved in making this happen. We are grateful for this opportunity to ensure that patient and family perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. iTTP has a severe impact on the quality of life in ways that can be difficult for people outside of our families to understand. The main treatment is plasma exchange. There are few options to offer patients relief beyond that. Today is an incredible opportunity for everyone attending to listen and learn from the experts, people whose lives have been touched by iTTP. Today we will hear from people living with iTTP as well as their caregivers and loved ones. As you will hear today, people with iTTP develop clots in the small vessels throughout the body. They may also have hemolytic anemia, a process where the red blood cells are broken down faster than the body can replace them. They develop problems with bleeding and have low levels of platelets, which are necessary for clotting when a person is cut or injured. TTP can affect every organ in the body. As an example, my sister was in great health until January 4th, 2012. She developed a headache, chest pain, and nausea. She went into the hospital and was diagnosed with TTP. She was being prepared for a plasma exchange treatment, but was unable to receive it due to developing complications. Sadly, she lost her life. The whole process just took 12 hours. Thankfully, she received a quick and accurate diagnosis, so we know the true cause of her death. It was cardiac arrest caused by TTP. iTTP is highly fatal if not treated quickly. Plasmapheresis is the preferred treatment. Patients may also receive caplacizumab, prednisone, rituximab, or a number of steroids. Caplacizumab is the only one of these designed specifically for iTTP. Other medications are used off-label. Our family is just one of hundreds that is concerned for our loved ones' futures. Immediately after my sister's passing, my mom wanted people to donate to the TTP Foundation. However, there was none. So we started the Wynn Foundation. Mom's goal was to help others so they don't have to go through what we went through. As I said before, there are few FDA-approved treatments for iTTP. Today, you will hear just a small number of stories from our worldwide community. We hope that you will remember what you hear today and understand the urgent need for new treatments for iTTP. I want to express my appreciation to the investigators working in labs all over the world, striving towards a better understanding of TTP science to move us closer to future clinical trials. Our hope is that this meeting will encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with iTTP who urgently need treatments and options. For our iTTP families, we invite you and your loved ones to call or write in during the program. We also ask that you participate in remote polling throughout the day. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible and will do our best to get to as many calls and comments as possible. When participating, please use your first name, city and state, or country. No other identifying information should be shared. Be assured that any comments we're unable to share live today are still very important and will be included in the Voice of the Patient report. This is a summary of this special day. To begin today's meeting, I'm delighted to introduce our speaker from the FDA, Dr. Tanya Wroblewski. She is the Deputy Director of the Division of Non-Malignant Hematology and the Center of Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA. This is the part of the FDA that regulates new drug treatments for many disorders. Dr. Wroblewski will provide some opening comments from the FDA's perspective. Dr. Wroblewski, over to you.
Thank you for that very nice introduction. Good morning. I am Dr. Tanya Wroblewski. I'm the Deputy Division Director in the Division of Non-Malignant Hematology at FDA, and I will be providing a brief overview of the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. Before I begin, I would like to really thank the patients and caregivers for making time to share your experience with us today. I would also like to thank the Wynn Foundation for organizing this meeting and inviting us to listen and learn. One of FDA's mission is to protect and promote public health by evaluating the safety and effectiveness of new drugs, biologics, and devices. FDA does not develop drugs nor conduct clinical trials. FDA does, however, play a key role in guiding and evaluating new products and the incorporation of patients' perspectives from the beginning of drug development to the end in every step, which is critical. The patient-focused drug development is a systemic approach to help ensure that patients' experiences, perspectives, needs, and priorities are captured and meaningfully incorporated into drug development and evaluation. Input can inform context for the assessment of the benefit, risk, and decision-making for new drugs and inform FDA's oversight during all stages of drug development. The Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative started in 2012 as part of FDA's commitments under the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, otherwise known as PDUFA 5. After conducting FDA-led patient-focused drug development meetings, the FDA recognized that there are many more diseases and conditions, such as idiopathic TTP that can be addressed beyond those that were planned and conducted by FDA. In 2015, FDA announced an opportunity for externally led PFDD meetings to help expand the benefits of FDA's patient-focused drug development program. FDA welcomes patient organizations to identify and organize patient-focused collaborations to generate public input on other disease areas using the process established by FDA-led patient-focused drug development meetings as a model. Both FDA-led and externally led patient-focused drug development meetings have key characteristics that set them apart from other public meetings. Patient-focused drug development meetings target disease areas for which there is an identified need for patient input, chronic symptomatic diseases that affect daily living, diseases in which aspects are not formally captured in clinical trials, diseases in which there are no currently therapies or few therapies available, and the available therapies do not directly affect how a patient feels, functions, or survives, or disease areas that have severe impact on unidentifiable subpopulations. Key participants are patients, patient representatives, patient advocates, caregivers, loved ones, and anyone with lived experience with the disease. While patients and caregivers share their perspectives, key stakeholders are in listening mode. Stakeholders may be FDA and other regulatory agencies, medical product developers, academic researchers, clinicians, and healthcare professionals. While FDA will be open to participating in a well-designed and well-conducted meetings, an externally led patient-focused drug development meeting and any resulting products are not actually considered to be FDA-sponsored or FDA-endorsed. Meetings such as this externally led PFDD for idiopathic TTP strengthen the understanding of the disease and the treatment burden. Patient input from this meeting can support FDA staff when we conduct the benefit risk assessment for products under review by informing the therapeutic context, and can also provide advice to drug sponsors on their development programs. These meetings can also support drug development more broadly by identifying tools to assess the benefit of potential therapies, raise awareness and engagement within the community, foster relationships, and foster further discussions. I would like to emphasize the importance that the patient perspective has on informing the benefit risk assessment of drug products. The patient's perspective provides a powerful narrative that gives us insights into what matters most to patients. Some of these include what symptoms or disabilities associated with iTTP are most important to you, what duration of treatment you would look for, and what the ideal treatment would look like. Hearing from patients through these externally led patient-focused drug development meetings and FDA listening sessions is extremely informative for us. During the clinical studies phase, your input on clinical trials, sharing your willingness to participate in clinical trials with placebo or treatment arms, hearing about the different barriers you have identified, such as travel distance or route of administration, can help us design better clinical studies. This is also really important for recruiting and retaining study participants, which is important for our division because so many of our conditions are rare and have small patient numbers. In the pre-market review phase, we integrate patient-reported outcomes and patient preferences, in addition to other data that's made available from clinical trials to think about the benefits versus the risks. In the post-market phase, your input can help us communicate more clearly the information you need to make decisions regarding the drugs and biological products that have been approved. The voice of the patient report is developed by the host patient organization to capture patient experience data and perspectives shared during the meeting, and is an important communication to both FDA review staff and regulated industry. The FDA posts a link to the externally led voice of the patient report from the externally led PFDD meetings. And the FDA also posts the reports for FDA-led patient-focused drug development meetings and listening sessions. In addition, other information that can be found on the FDA website are proposed draft guidances relating to patient experience data, natural history studies, or other condition-specific background on the disease and discussion of unmet medical need. As of November 2023, going back to 2017, there have been 89 externally led patient-focused drug development meetings. These meetings, we recognize, take a significant amount of effort and planning, but FDA's patient-focused drug development staff is here to serve as a helpful resource to host patient organizations throughout the planning process. FDA believes that the long-run impact of this program will be a better, more informed understanding of how we might find ways to develop new treatment for these diseases. In conclusion, the FDA and the Division of Non-Malignant Hematology have continued interest in developing clinical outcome measures and trial endpoints that reflect clinically meaningful change and benefit for patients with iTTP. It is extremely helpful to hear the firsthand experience from patients and caregivers, and it is very helpful to hear about the symptoms that are most bothersome and outcomes you would like to see from treatments. The opportunity to hear directly from patients and caregivers about what is most important provides the team at the FDA important context when evaluating potential new therapies. We are really grateful for this opportunity to hear from the patients and caregivers. Thank you so much for your time and willingness to share your experience with us. I am looking forward to hearing from you and learning from today's meeting. Thank you, and back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Wroblewski. Next up, we have Dr. Long Xing, who will provide a clinical overview of iTTP. This will serve as our scientific foundation for today's discussion. Dr. Xing is a well-established iTTP expert and clinician scientist. He is also professor at the University of Kansas Medical Center. He is one of the first doctors to work with the Wynn Foundation and the first to identify a deficiency in the ADAMTS13 gene as the root cause of iTTP. Dr. Xing has a laboratory interested in understanding the mechanisms of normal and abnormal blood coagulation, inflammation, and vascular biology. He and his colleagues focus on understanding the cause of iTTP. Dr. Xing, over to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today on immune-mediated thrombotic thrombocytopenic purpura, iTTP in short. The objective today is to briefly review some of the basic and the disease manifestation and provide a high-level overview of the genetic components in pathogenesis of TTP, and mainly focus on the diagnosis criteria and the pathway. And finally, I will briefly describe the estimate of the prevalence of TTP in the United States and around the world. How is TTP developed? Let us begin talk about a molecule that is found in blood called the ADAMTS number 13. This is an active enzyme. Its only job we know so far is to cut this very long sticky called VWF, von Willebrand factor. VWF is an adhesion molecule like a glue to help platelets stick together when there's injury to the blood vessel. This helps stop bleeding. ADAMTS13 keep checking on this every day, every minute, every second to ensure that we don't have too many platelets agglutinated together to block the blood flow. When ADAMTS13 is missing, either inherited or acquired due to the autoantibody, platelets and von Willebrand factor will stick together and form this large platelet VWF aggregates, like a spaghetti and a meatball, showing in the bottom. This will block the blood flow, and particularly in the small blood vessel and the capillary. TTP is a systematic disease and potentially fatal if not recognized. Clinical presentation depends on which organ is affected. The major organ can be affected by TTP, including brain, heart, pancreas, and the kidney. If the blood flow blocked in the brain, patient may experience headache, confusion, sometimes had a seizure and coma. If the blood block happening in the heart, patient could have chest pain and acute myocardial infarction, and sometimes could have a cardiac arrest and died. If the blood flow block in the pancreas and the bowel, then patient may experience acute abdominal pain, and that's actually patient usually seek emergency attention frequently. The large vessel, so like artery and the vein, could also be blocked, but this is kind of a rare situation. Based on the etiology of ADAMTS13 deficiency, TTP can be classified at least into two major forms. The hereditary TTP, also called congenital TTP or CTTP, is much rarer, less than 5% of all TTP cases, and mainly resulting from the ADAMTS13 gene mutation. Immune-mediated TTP, also called iTTP, is much more common, consists of greater than 95% of all TTP cases, and usually resulted from the autoantibody against ADAMTS13, this molecule, and either inhibited ADAMTS13 activity or enhanced the clearance of ADAMTS13 from circulation. In patients with congenital TTP, the mutation in ADAMTS13 are the cause of the disease. Each patient may carry a different mutation. Some occurred in the first part of the ADAMTS13 molecule, other in the middle part and the distal part of the molecule. Not every patient who has ADAMTS13 deficiency will develop TTP and in early life. Some do, some may not. Some may have the acute TTP during pregnancy or some kind of infection. So what are the things that could trigger TTP when you do not have ADAMTS13 in circulation? The most common trigger will be infection and inflammation, such as lupus. And also pregnancy is the major inciting factor for TTP. For immune-mediated TTP, there's no single genetic mutation that can cause the disease. Why would someone suddenly develop autoantibody against the ADAMTS13 is actually not known. There are some genetic factors that may contribute to TTP listed here. For example, African American female, patient who has other autoimmune disease like lupus, certain HLA, which is related to transplant, their genotype, different genotype may contribute higher or low risk of TTP, developing TTP. So this is not much we can do about it. How do autoantibody inhibit ADAMTS13 enzymatic activity? Current theory is that when antibody bind to this ADAMTS13 on this S domain, called this number 1 S domain, and this actually could either block the substrate recognition, which is the von Willebrand factor, and it may also cause the material protease domain change its conformation and render it less efficiently cleaving von Willebrand factor. Additionally, LMTS13 IgG immune complex can be cleared from circulation and render the LMTS13 antigen and protein deficiency in the blood as well. So both inhibition and accelerated clearance of LMTS13 are the cause of severe LMTS13 deficiency and therefore acquired TTP. How to make a diagnosis of TTP and how do we manage a patient with suspected TTP? The diagnosis, of course, starts with the clinical symptom and also laboratory testing, including CBC, LDH, troponin I, BUN, and creatinine, etc., was also important. But most importantly, the LMTS13 testing, its activity and the inhibitor called IgG that can actually confirm the diagnosis. Before LMTS13 result become available, and in some cases it takes several days for the result to be reported. So clinically, how do we actually make a decision to predict whether a patient has TTP or not? There are two clinical scores, French score and the plasmic score, that has been used to actually gauge the likelihood of TTP. When the French score greater than 2 or plasmic score greater than 6, the likelihood of TTP is very high. And two criteria are the most important in this scoring system: the platelet count and the serum creatinine. Of course, plus other hemolysis and LMTS13 testing result. So those are the main criteria for making diagnosis of TTP. How do we manage a patient with a suspect TTP? If the suspicion is very high, and of course this patient will need emergency plasmapheresis. Before plasma exchange take place, one should always test LMTS13, draw blood before you do the treatment, and then adding corticosteroid to suppress inflammation. Also adding this caplacizumab. So these will be discussed later on by Dr. Adam Sukers in the afternoon. And then wait for LMTS13 test result. If the LMTS13 test activity is less than 10%, and that means the TTP diagnosis is confirmed. In this case, you should continue plasmapheresis, corticosteroid, caplacizumab, and then most importantly, you should add rituximab early on to inhibit antibody production. If LMTS13 test is negative, that means LMTS13 activity greater than 20%. In this case, even the clinical symptom look like TTP, but this patient may not have TTP. Instead, this patient may have a different disease called hemolytic uremic syndrome, which usually have normal LMTS13 in these patients. So in this case, then the plasmapheresis should be stopped, and so does the caplacizumab, and always consider other diagnosis. If LMTS13 activity fall into between 10 to 20%, meaning it's in the borderline, then clinician clinical judgment to guide further treatment is very important. So always consider other diagnoses beyond TTP. If the suspicion for TTP is not that high, it's an intermediate probability. Of course, you always order NMT testing and start a plasmapheresis and steroid. In this case, do not add capivasertib. And of course, most importantly, waiting for NMT result. If NMT comes back and confirm the diagnosis, let's say NMT is less than 10%, then in this case, the diagnosis is confirmed, you should add capivasertib and lotexumab. If NMT test is negative, meaning the activity greater than 20%, in this case, that means the diagnosis may not be correct. So in this case, you should stop plasmapheresis, also stop capivasertib, and consider other diagnoses. The tricky part is when NMT is in the borderline, 10 to 20%. So the clinical judgment is very important for guiding the future therapy. Always consider other diagnoses. What about the incidence of TTP? As I mentioned, TTP is potentially fatal, but the good news is it's extremely rare. So the annual incidence in the Western country is about 4 to 11 cases per million population. So just think about the United States has 331.9 million people. We estimate about 1,655 cases per year in the United States. The incidence in other countries like Japan is even lower, so 1.7 per million population, based on the severe NMT deficiency. The median age at the onset of immune-mediated TTP ranges from 36 to 51 years old, with a female predominant between 55 to 100% in some of the studies. Thank you so much for your attention. I look forward to hear more about the patient experience and the symptom and the life impact living with TTP in the afternoon. I will be sending it back to the studio now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang. I'd now like to welcome our moderator for today's meeting, Mr. James Valentine. James has worked the last 15 years as a champion of the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product center and review divisions. There, James helped develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. He has also been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 80 externally led patient-focused drug development meetings. So we are in good hands with James. And now, James, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, James. And it's such a pleasure to be here this morning and today with the iTTP community. And I'm really looking forward to getting to engage with all of you. So now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with iTTP and their parents, spouses, and other direct caregivers. Patient-focused drug development, or PFDD, is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. And as you just heard from FDA's Dr. Wroblewski, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of iTTP to help inform drug development and review. Today is such a unique opportunity for this community, given that it's one of the less than 100 EL-PFDD meetings that have been held to date, yet there are over 10,000 known rare diseases. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. The meeting is structured into 2 overarching sessions. In the first session this morning, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with iTTP, including the top symptoms and health effects and how the condition impacts your daily lives. In our second session in the afternoon, we'll bring everyone back together to explore your experiences with treatments and disease management strategies, as well as seek your input on what represents your top treatment goals for potential new drugs. What will these 2 discussions today look like? Well, we'll be hearing from this community really in 3 ways. First, for each of our topics, we'll start by hearing from a panel of iTTP warriors and their caregivers who are going to set a good foundation for our discussion by sharing their experiences. These individuals were selected to reflect a range of iTTP, both disease and treatment experiences, but we know that no panel can represent that full range of experiences. That's why after those panels, we'll broaden the discussion and have a facilitated audience dialogue with all of our patients and caregivers in the audience. Again, this is to build on that panel. I'll be asking questions and inviting you into the discussion. And you'll be able to then share your experiences and your views either by calling in, but also by submitting written comments. The third way that we'll be bringing your voices into the discussion is through the use of polling questions. We'll be asking our patients and caregivers only to use their phone or web browser on their computer to respond. And actually, I'd like to go ahead and get you all into this system now, because once you're in the system, you'll be able to stay on it throughout the entire day. So at this point, if you can, for all of our patients and caregivers, pull out your phone, open up a browser, or if you're following along on your computer and you want to open a new tab on your computer's web browser, you can go to www.pollev.com/ITTP. Again, that's pollev.com/ITTP. If you go there, you can go ahead and go there now, and we'll be getting to polling very soon. These polling questions will broaden the discussion, allow us to get a sense of our full audience's experiences, as well as serve as a way to aid in the discussion to get everyone thinking about these topics. I'd like to mention that we'll also have the opportunity to have you submit comments for an additional 30 days after today's meeting, whether you leave today's meeting with something that you weren't able to get to share, or maybe something comes to mind that you wish you had thought of to share, or maybe you're watching this program on demand, the recording after the live meeting has happened. Within the next 30 days, we invite you to also share your comments in writing. All of today's input, both from today and any additional written input, will be summarized in a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to the FDA and made available online publicly for researchers and drug developers. One last thing before we start getting into some of these questions is I want to cover a few ground rules for today's discussion. We encourage people living with iTTP and their parents, spouses, and other direct caregivers to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you'll be able to do that through polling, calling in by phone, and submitting written comments. Today's discussion is limited to patients and family members and other direct caregivers of those living with iTTP. We're glad and are happy that our colleagues from the FDA, from drug development companies, clinicians and researchers are here, but they're here to listen. I also want to mention that views today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times, so respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, please try to be focused and concise in your comments so that way we can make sure we hear from as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of questions in order to help us get an understanding of who we have in our audience today. So again, at this time, you can open up that browser on your phone, open in that browser tab on your computer, and go to pollev.com/ITTP. And that's www.pollev.com/ITTP. Once you get in there, you'll see our first polling question is up for you. Here we would like to know, are you A, someone living with iTTP, or B, a caregiver of someone living with iTTP? We're going to give everyone some time here to get in your responses. We want to make sure everyone can get into the polling technology before we start getting to additional questions, because we'd like to be able to track your responses from throughout the entire day's meeting. So we'll give everyone here just a few more moments. Again, we want to get everyone into polling, allow you to make your selections. As it stands, it looks like the majority of our audience are individuals actually living with iTTP, a little over 2/3 of the audience. And then just under a third of our audience are the caregivers. So our family members, close friends, people who see the impacts of iTTP, even though they themselves are not living with the condition. And both perspectives are so important to hear throughout today's session to help paint the fullest picture possible of what it is to live with iTTP.
It's funny you say that, James. Many times people who live with the disorder, they express different types of effects. And the folks who are witnessing expect a deeper effect than they do. So that's interesting.
Yes, so we hope that both of you groups here will call in and write in throughout the program. If we can go to our next polling question. So here, we want to get a sense of where our audience is located. So please let us know where you reside. A, in the U.S. Pacific time zone. B, in the U.S. Mountain time zone. C, in the Central time zone. D, U.S. Eastern time. E, U.S. Alaska time. F, U.S. Hawaii time. G, Europe. H, the Middle East. I, Asia. J, Canada. K, Mexico. Or L, some other region or country that's not otherwise listed here in the response options. So again, we'll give everyone a chance to make their selections here. Just something to note, you don't need to hit submit once you make your selection. It actually is transmitted right away. So that's why as you're making those selections, we're seeing here the results here live during the program. So while any final responses might be coming in, perhaps given our morning start time, it's not surprising that about half of our audience is from the Eastern time zone. We do have representation across the U.S. through the Central and Mountain time zones, and we do have representation from Canada as well. So this meeting is not only focused on hearing from people from the United States only. For those of you who are outside of the U.S., please also contribute throughout the program. If we can go to our next polling question. Here we'd like to know, are you or your loved one with iTTP A, male, B, female, or C, other? So for our caregivers, please answer this on behalf of the person with iTTP that you're representing, rather than yourself. And of course, if you're living with iTTP, just answer this for yourself. We'll give everyone just a few more moments here. We did hear in Dr. Zhang's presentation that there is a predominance of iTTP affecting females. So not surprising here that we're seeing around 90% of our audience of those who are represented today, whether as themselves or by their caregivers, are female living with iTTP, and just under 10% are male. If we go to our fourth polling question. So here we want to know the age of you, if you're living with iTTP, or your loved one with iTTP. If you represent someone who has passed away with iTTP, please report the age at which they passed away. The options here are A, 0 to 2 years of age, B, 3 to 5 years of age, C, 6 to 12 years of age, D, 13 to 18 years of age, E, 19 to 35 years, F, 36 to 50, G, 51 to 60 years of age, or A, if the person with iTTP is 61 years of age or older. We'll give everyone a few more moments here to make sure we get your response in to let us know the age of the person with iTTP that you're representing, whether yourself or as a caregiver. As it stands, it looks like close to half of our audience is representing people living with iTTP that are in the 36 to 50 year age range. And then we're seeing a good mix of individuals in the other adult age ranges as well. If we can go to our fifth and final polling question to get us started here today. So the last question was about current age. Here we're going to know what was the age that either you or your loved one was actually diagnosed with iTTP. And so the same options here, A, 0 to 2, B, 3 to 5, C, 6 to 12, D, 13 to 18, E, 19 to 35, F, 36 to 50, J, 51 to 60, or H, 61 years of age or older. And we'll give everyone a few more moments to answer this, and appreciate everyone answering these questions so we have a good sense of who is in our audience today, as we will soon be digging into really understanding your experiences living with this condition. I think, not surprisingly, we're seeing a little bit of a shift earlier in age, so people have been living with
younger group
iTTP for some number of years. We're seeing some individuals who were actually diagnosed in childhood in that 13 to 18 year age range. And then a big proportion of our audience in that 19 to 35 year age range, who likely are the ones who were in the last question, those living with iTTP in the 36 to 50 year age range, which was the largest group. But we do see individuals diagnosed at all adult age ranges. Okay, so with that, we're going to take a pause here from polling. Please keep that web page open as we go to more polling questions throughout the day. Those questions will automatically appear right there. So now I want to transition us into our first topic of the day, which is living with iTTP. Here you'll see some of the questions that we're going to be exploring throughout this morning's session, and we'll be asking you to share by calling and writing in to help us understand. We want to know and have you reflect on all the different symptoms and health effects of iTTP. Which maybe 1 to 3 of those symptoms have had the most significant impact on you or your loved one's life? We want to know, how does this disease affect you and your loved one on best days or worst days? How have your or your loved one's symptoms changed over time, whether that's from day to day, week to week, month to month, or even over the course of years? And similarly, how has the ability to cope with those symptoms changed over time? In addition to really understanding all of those different symptoms and health effects, we want to hear from you. Are there specific activities in your lives that are important to you or your loved one that you or they are not able to do either at all or as fully as you would like because of iTTP and its symptoms? And finally, as we know, there's so much that people with iTTP are already living with, but we also know that you have to worry about your futures living with this condition. So what do you fear the most as you or your loved one gets older? What worries you the most about their or your condition? So to help us get started answering some of these questions, it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel of the day. We have Berenice, Joanna, Linda, Beth, and Wanda. Berenice, why don't you get us started and take it away?
Hello, my name is Berenice Sosa. I am a Venezuelan teacher currently living in Brooklyn, New York. I was diagnosed with iTTP on Wednesday, April the 20th, 2022. And this is a story of my journey with this disease. After feeling very sick, weak, and confused for a few days, I called a home doctor that came to my apartment to check on me. When she arrived, the doctor immediately called 911, and I was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance. I must have been in and out of consciousness because I don't remember most of the trip, nor the arrival at the hospital. I was showing severe bruising all over my body, as well as paleness, petechia, and extreme bleeding. So the doctors immediately ran a complete blood count that came back showing my platelets at 8, normally 150 to 400, and my LDH at over 3,000, normally 125 to 220. Which gave them a 90% certainty that this was a case of iTTP. So they decided to transfer me to NYU Langone in Manhattan, where I would be able to be treated by a large hematologist department. I have no recollection of the second ambulance ride nor hospital transfer. At NYU, I was taken directly to the ICU, and once there, I had to be taken for an emergency brain CT scan as I was showing signs of a stroke. Afterwards, treatment for TTP started right away. An emergency central line was placed, and my first plasma exchange transfusion started. I regained consciousness around midnight while hooked up to a plasma exchange machine, and was briefly told what was happening. I was very confused and not fully aware of my situation. My less than 5% ADAMTS13 blood test came back a few days later, confirming that it was indeed TTP, a rare life-threatening blood disorder of which I had never heard before. iTTP was caused when my body mistakenly made antibodies that blocked the activity of the ADAMTS13 enzyme, which normally helps to control blood clotting. This caused the formation of blood clots in small blood vessels throughout my body. In total, I spent 21 days in the hospital, 17 of them in the ICU. I was closely monitored by a knowledgeable and caring group of doctors and nurses that worked hard to help me survive and recover from my almost fatal experience. My treatment included 20 plasma exchange transfusions, 4 rituximab infusions, high doses of steroids, along with a mountain of other medications. Once discharged from the hospital, I learned how to self-administer Caplyta injections into my stomach and gave myself 30 of them at home. Once finally released from the hospital, I still had to go for labs, outpatient treatments, and appointments with my hematologist, initially every other day, and as time went by, less and less frequently. Now, almost 2 years later, I have achieved remission and resumed a normal life, although I definitely do not feel the same way I did before my diagnosis. I have become more paranoid about anxious about potential iTTP relapses, and I have especially noticed persistent cognitive difficulties during my remission, including sudden confusion, mental fog, short-term memory loss, and difficulty finding words when speaking. I have also been suffering from insomnia. All the symptoms significantly affect my everyday life, especially at work, where I teach elementary age students on a daily basis. Despite putting in place strategies to help me navigate my life and work with these difficulties, I often struggle to hang on my sense of self as an independent woman. Some studies have shown that many iTTP survivors suffer from silent strokes, while additional research has demonstrated a higher than expected death rate in iTTP patients, often caused by cardiovascular disease, all before our expected age of death. While I am immensely grateful for the research, blood donors, and treatments already in place, I deeply wish for additional studies that can help determine what causes such a high risk of early cardiovascular disease death in iTTP survivors, as well as ways to treat and reverse the many cognitive impairments associated with this disease that have so radically diminished my quality of life. Thank you so much for listening.
Good evening. I'm Joanna Checky. I'm 43 years old and I have survived 4 episodes of TTP. My first and worst of the scariest day of my life. It was on May 18, 2005. I was at my family doctor late in the evening and I told my doctor the symptoms. I had red spots, numbness in my lips, and tingling in my fingers. I had no clue what it was. The doctor merely said, "Come back in the morning, we'll do a bunch of tests." I didn't go to work and I went back in the morning. While I was waiting for the doctor, it was happening right there. We screened for the doctor and he quickly did emergency blood work and my platelets were 9,000. He asked if I could drive and I went to get up and I said, "No, too dizzy, I'm lightheaded." The doctor sent an ambulance and me to the emergency room. My platelet counts became 7,000, the following was 3,000, so they were rapidly dropping. Dr. Crowley thought it was something potentially serious and he administered more tests and he said that I need blood, but we want to make sure what kind. It can be ITP or TTP, 2 different kinds, 2 different treatments, but very similar. He told my mom, "If my body accepts the treatment, we are good. If not, worst thing can happen, death." I was diagnosed with TTP and we started treatments. They had called Red Cross and to start plasma and steroids. I was in and out of consciousness and remember slightly the CAT scan or the MRI machine, and I was floating above my body. And then when I woke up, I was in ICU with Red Cross and all these tubes around me. I went to move and Red Cross had to explain what was happening and not to yank the tubes out. I was in and out the hospital for about a month. Then I returned back to work. 3 days later, I got readmitted. I stayed there till the end of August where I became an outpatient, which it kept an eye on me before releasing me again. I spent almost the whole summer in the hospital. The doctor said stress may be a trigger, and a lot of treatments later, I was tested and I was approved and I was released, but not without fear for the future. The Red Cross had told me I might relapse within a year and everyone's different. Give or take 1 year later, I had a relapse, which was my second episode. This time I developed petechiae and I got tested and did not develop a major episode. We learn to listen to our bodies and always safer to trust your gut feeling. The third episode happened during my 30th birthday after I was administered an antibiotic in response to an internal cyst. It drops your platelets. After that, I had my ups and downs, but my thinking changed and I developed issues like memory loss and migraines. When I got a cold, it lasts longer and it was harder to fight them. In November 2013, I married my husband, Mark, and eventually became pregnant. I was told a reoccurrence happens with TTP. It will be most likely during your 3rd pregnancy or right after birth. At the beginning of the 2nd trimester, I noticed I wasn't feeling well and petechiae, my biggest warning of them all. My hematology doctor took over and I recovered. I was an inpatient for 6 weeks. When I became an outpatient, I revealed that I was in low fluid. This is caused not by TTP, but it happens during pregnancy. I needed to be hospitalized till I had the baby, and I had plasma treatments and steroid for precautions 2 times to 3 times a week. Our baby was born September 29, 2014, despite the fact that she was due December 30th. She was born 30 weeks and 3 days. She was born at 2 pounds, 3 ounces, and she reacted after plasma treatment, and her heartbeat became irregular. I had to have an emergency C-section. Of course, once I delivered her, her body reacted and everything was fine. But the doctors helped me and my baby being alive with the treatments and watching over us. Very proud to say that she is here and that she has developed a very few complications. One of my proudest moments was when she graduated the neonatal intensive care unit in 2015. I walked around my birthday and she walked around my birthday. It makes me wonder if I could try and have another kid, but our bodies change each time we have an episode, let alone after pregnancy. My hope for the future is I stay in remission forever, and we need better medical training on what to look for and how to catch the symptoms of TTP in time. From 2014, after 2 years of Rituxan, 6 times a year till 2023, Haven't had a relapse, but I'm in fear each day that after the symptoms, or if the symptoms are there, my symptoms are still there. Sorry. Migraines, forgetting things, focusing, looking for bruises, looking for marks. I hope and wish this fear goes away.
I am an 80-year-old woman, married with 2 grown children and 4 grandchildren. Daryl and I live in Altamont Springs, Florida. I am a relatively new TTP warrior, having just been diagnosed a year ago. Prior to that, I was a perfectly healthy and very active senior. In April 2022, we were picking blueberries and hiking with friends in Gainesville. A couple of days before, I was dancing the polka at a German restaurant, riding my bike 16 miles and kayaking. I headed up various volunteer committees. Daryl and I traveled the world and were always on the go. Suddenly, on Easter Sunday, April 17th, I had a stroke and lost my ability to speak, expressive aphasia, which is still a problem when I talk in front of the group or people demand quick answers. The stroke was a complete surprise with no advanced symptoms. After the stroke, my life drastically changed. For the first time, I was forced to take prescription drugs, which included heavy doses of aspirin, statin, and blood pressure pills. I stopped all strenuous exercises for the fear of falling or bleeding. I limited contact with friends and dropped out of organizations. For example, I had to resign as chair of the 50th anniversary committee at my church because of my inability to plan and manage special events for a whole year. I felt angry and defeated. I feel tired every day and take naps for the first time in my life. My husband's life has also changed, as he must help me with housework and take me to multiple doctor appointments. My children, Doug and Laura, bought me an Apple Watch so I could monitor my health. I discovered that my oxygen level while sleeping was dangerously low. After 2 sleep studies and months of waiting, I was diagnosed with central sleep apnea, so I sleep with the nocturnal oxygen machine every night. My doctor believes the stroke caused this problem. In October, I ended up in the hospital for 3 days. I thought I was having another stroke. Symptoms were confusion, inability to think straight, and weakness. Doctors decided it was a TIA. On November 10th, during Hurricane Nicole, I couldn't sleep and had gotten an email with results from a blood test. I panicked when I saw that my blood platelets were only 23 and red and white blood cells were very low. No doctor was available, so I called Humana and the nurse said, go to the ER immediately. I was hospitalized for 10 days. Platelets dropped to 13 and my ADAMS 13 enzyme dropped to 5%. I was terrified. My family was terrified. Thank God for the hematologist on staff who recognized my condition after reading my chart. I had TTP. After this TTP episode, I experienced 2 more. In December, I had symptoms of a heart attack, sharp pains around my heart, lightness, tightness in my chest, pain between my shoulder blades, and a weakness in my arms. After 8 days in the hospital, tests proved that I had a healthy heart and it's just TTP acting up. Then in January 2023, I was hospitalized again. This time, the only symptom was a high fever. Doctors suspected infection, but after 3 days in the ICU, all the tests were negative. 2 days later, my entire body became covered with purple bruises, a condition that lasted for a month. It was ugly, embarrassing to me, and scary to everyone. I get mysterious symptoms that are possibly due to TTP. No one seems to know. In the spring, I developed psoriasis all over my body. Severe hip, back, and knee pain puts me, occurs without warning, and I have to go to the urgent care for relief. Once again, my ADAMS 13 score is only 9%, the critical level, even though all of the other blood work is normal. I feel like a ticking time bomb since this puts me at greater risk for another stroke. I still struggle with memory issues, speech impediments, and a bad temper. Mood swings come on without warning. I really miss traveling and biking and kayaking. I worry about my platelet count and being too far from a hospital. I am not the same person at all.
Hi, my name is Beth McGraw. I'm 40 years old, married to the love of my life, a mother to 2 amazing kids, and I'm a director at an accounting firm. In January 2022, I was just a busy mom at the start of busy season. I hadn't had any health issues, I was not on any medications, and near the end of January, I began having headaches that were accompanied by flashes in my vision that kind of looked like zigzags. Of course, what do? I go straight to Google and I self-diagnose myself with an ocular migraine. I did not have a history of migraines before this though. Shortly after my migraine episodes, I started my period. I had never in my life had a period like this. The flow was extremely heavy with very large clots. Along with these symptoms, I felt exhausted all the time, no matter how much I slept. On the evening of February 16th, 2022, I was talking to my, at the time, 13-year-old son when my speech came out as gibberish. We both laughed for a bit, and I was kind of caught off guard as to why it was happening. Suddenly, I could not feel my tongue and chin on the left side. I screamed for my husband, and we both knew what this could mean, but we didn't want to say the S word in front of the kids. He raced me to the ER, and that's when my entire left side lost any feeling. About an hour after waiting in the ER waiting room, my feeling came back and I could talk, but we discovered I was texting gibberish to my friends and family. I was initially treated for migraine with what they called a migraine cocktail in an IV while they waited for my blood work to come back. When they received it, they could not believe it because my platelets were only at 16,000. They repeated the blood work and did a blood smear. That is when they diagnosed me with TTP. After that, I felt like everything was set into motion so quickly. They took me back to get my temporary catheter in my neck, and I was talking gibberish again, but I do remember I had a very hard time inserting the catheter because they couldn't get the bleeding to stop. I was then transported to another hospital for the rest of my 1-week hospital stay, where I underwent 4 plasmapheresis treatments, 1 blood transfusion, daily caplacizumab injections, and rituximab treatments. I do not remember the night of February 17th at all, but my husband has told me the very difficult time that I had during the first plasmapheresis. During the home recovery portion of my experience, I dealt with anxiety, high blood pressure, exhaustion, weakness on my left side, lack of grip strength, issues thinking of words, and forgetfulness. My kids saw their vibrant, capable mom transform into someone who could barely communicate and would get very overwhelmed. I also continued to have painful, heavy periods like the one before my diagnosis for 3 months after. I went through physical therapy. I tried different medications to help my blood pressure and my heart rate. And I did about 75 days of the daily caplacizumab injections before my ADAM-TS13 returned to normal range. My GP prescribed Pristique to help with my anxiety. I eventually only had to get blood work done every 3 months. In the past year, the issues I have, they just come in waves. I can go 1 or 2 months feeling almost back to normal with just the occasional fumbling for a word here and there. But then suddenly, when I'm in a room with a lot of artificial light, I can get floaters, a lot of floaters in my vision. In January 2023, I felt very off and my blood work revealed that my ADAM-TS13 was low again and my inhibitors were positive. I had 2 rituximab treatments, and those actually brought my levels back to where they should be. I still deal with the anxiety from this whole experience. I do often get frustrated with how I have had to make adjustments in my life due to how tired I feel throughout the day and the brain fog that I experience. But I know I am grateful for that. I continue to live my life, even if it's a new normal for me. I do think of the uncertainty of relapse. I think that weighs heavy on me at times, and I have to work hard at not letting it overwhelm my thoughts. I often check my skin for petechiae or bruising, but I know it is difficult to truly know when something is worrisome or not. My husband reminds me that I do not have the luxury of questioning if it's worrisome or not. It's just better to go in and get it checked out for the peace of mind and just getting the blood work done when I notice that something is off. I carry this constant shadow with me, but shedding light on TTP and its impact on patients helps to dispel the darkness.
Hi, my name is Wanda Love. I'm the mother of Kenesha Love, who was diagnosed with iTTP. Having experienced my daughter go through a very traumatic experience of dealing with iTTP has changed her and our lives forever. It all started in her first semester in college. One night, my husband and I received a phone call 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning with my daughter sounding very alarming due to what was happening to her. She began to state and she was experiencing bleeding from her mouth and red dots on her body. Thinking it could be measles or something of that order, we told her maybe she should go to the emergency room. Finally, after driving herself to the emergency room with the roommate, much has changed. After many tests were performed through blood work, my daughter soon learned she has something that she never heard of. And with little while later being misdiagnosed, Kenesha was told she had iTTP, then learned something more serious, TTP. The doctor's first question, how did she drive herself to the hospital, was such a low platelet level at around 5,000 or 6,000. We had no idea what was going on at this time and no clue where it came from. How did it happen, or what does the future hold? From here, my daughter was admitted into the first hospital near her school, and that night was placed in ICU. Kenesha's numbers have continued to go up and down. From this experience, she always wonders if everything her body goes through, if it's related to iTTP. Many times, these questions cannot be answered unless she goes to have lab work to determine what is going on in her body. Some of the symptoms I have witnessed was bruising, small dots on her body, and even cold or flu symptoms. Unfortunately now, whenever my daughter's not feeling well, I begin to worry, and this has become a way of life for my family. Not knowing if a relapse is about to happen or taking precautions to make sure certain numbers do not continue to decrease. For instance, the platelet counts or the Adams TS13. The first sight of bruising and small dots and even cold-like symptoms, we are calling the doctor, and in most cases, lab work is ordered. In the beginning, going to the lab has always been a regular routine for her, and spending much time going back and forth giving blood, often between lunch hours and on weekends. This created a new way of living with iTTP. I worry whenever my daughter contracts a cold or flu or even allergies because you don't know how serious it will be. But the more we become educated about the autoimmune system and some warning signs, we can better tackle what's ahead. Over time, my daughter has become more in tune with her own body and is able to recognize when things are not seem right to her. My daughter knows when it's time for her to get concerned or when it's to get her lab work done. It's even to the point she's able to or know what happened, what blood capsules she should be using when going to an emergency room. We have been to quite a few hospitals, and many times medical professionals are not aware on how to proceed with cases like my daughter's. The best days may be when there are no concerns on that particular day. Many lifestyle changes have taken place since my daughter's first iTTP episode, because you learn to be careful not to cause bleeding or injure yourself. So you sort of think twice of doing many physical activities that you may have enjoyed doing in the past. One of the things my daughter often complains about is her not remembering things like she used to. This has had impact on her, especially at work. My daughter works with the criminal justice system where she often has to be in close proximity to many defendants and has to place surveillance braces on her ankles. She has to be careful, has to be careful how she interacts with them and make sure she does not get injured. My daughter is also involved with the probation side where she goes through a physical test to see if she's able to complete a very rigorous workout. Eventually, she may have to consider a career move due to potential risks involved in her current job. Kanisha has always been an adventurous person and loved to try many things. She ran track in high school, played basketball in middle school, and was on many recreational teams. She loved dance and played the saxophone in school for enjoyment. Much of it has changed due to getting headaches, but at times it was spinning too fast. As my daughter continues to get older and moving along with her life, I worry about her future, especially if she plans to get married next year. Will she be able to have children? And if she does, will a pregnancy bring on a relapse? Because of these worries, it is hard for her and many other ITT patients to hear their complications and the things they go through. There have been a few ITT patients who have said that their pregnancy brought on their ITTP. My daughter is trying to live her life like other 20-something-year-olds, and and these worries, I guess, will be the most frustrating thing for her. After experiencing what my daughter has gone through, I wish we could help others aware of the autoimmune disease so that others may know what they are dealing with, including health professionals. It has helped her to connect with other ITT warriors to understand what others may experience. In closing, learning and dealing with a new way of living could be rewarding, knowing if you can help bring light on this disease and could be life-changing to those who go through it, and also help advocate for more research and treatment.
Wow, thank you so much, Wanda, and really to all of our panelists for being so brave to share first today and really, get us grounded here in what it is to live with iTTP. So at this point, it's our first opportunity to broaden the discussion to all of our other iTTP warriors and caregivers in the audience to share your experiences with the symptoms and daily impacts of this condition. If you'd like to have your voice heard, we encourage you to call in. You can dial in now at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number, you can call in now at 1-703-844-3231. Don't worry, you won't miss any of the program. We'll have you talk to our operator and get in the queue, and you'll be able to hear the program until we are able to bring you into the discussion. So at this point, I'd like to start us off with a couple of polling questions that, again, will help us get thinking about some of these topics and give us a sense of our audience. So for all of our iTTP warriors and caregivers, please go back to that browser you had opened up on your phone or a new tab on your web browser on your computer. And again, you can go to www.pollev.com/ITTP. That's pollev.com/ITTP. So here we want to know which of the ITTP-related health concerns have you or your loved one ever had? And so here you can select all that apply. The options are A, blood clots, stroke or pulmonary embolism, B, bleeding from the nose or gums, C, purple bruises, red spots on skin, D, blood in the urine, E, discolored or dark urine, F, stomach pain, G, chest pain, H, headaches or distorted vision, I, confusion or difficulty speaking, J, tiredness, K, anxiety and or depression, or L, some other health concern related to your iTTP that's not otherwise listed here. This is our first question today where our audience can select more than one option. So the percentages that you're seeing are not the percentage of people that have chosen any one option, but it's the percentage of the total number of responses we've gotten. So the way I like to think about this is look at these bars, and you can kind of see the size of the bar, and it's a little bit of a relative ranking that way. So we're gonna give everybody a chance here to let us know all the different iTTP-related health concerns that you or your loved one have ever had. As it stands, it looks like some of the most commonly experienced health concerns include headaches and distorted vision, blood clot, stroke, or pulmonary embolism, confusion, difficulty speaking, as well as tiredness and anxiety and depression. After that, we're seeing still very highly experienced are the health concerns of stomach pain, other symptoms, so we really love to hear about those if you call in and write in to make sure we really fully understand the range of what people with iTTP are experiencing, as well as the discolored or dark urine, blood in urine, and bleeding from nose or gums. So nothing really here is, we're seeing quite a bit of experience across all of these, while of course some are most commonly experienced. So if we go to our next polling question, here you'll see the same response options, but unlike before where we're asking you to tell us everything that you or your loved one experienced, here we ask that you select the top 3 most troublesome iTTP-related health concerns that you or your loved one have ever had. So this one will take a little bit more thought, as we'll ask you to reflect on which ones have been most troublesome for you or your loved one. Again, the options are A, blood clots, stroke, and pulmonary embolism, B, bleeding from nose or gums, C, purple bruises, red spots on skin, D, blood in urine, E, discolored or dark urine, F, stomach pain, G, chest pain, H, headaches and distorted vision, I, confusion, difficulty speaking, J, tiredness, K, anxiety and or depression, or L, one of those other iTTP-related health concerns that you would rate as one of the top 3 most troublesome. As you're making these selections, I want you to think of the why. What is coming to mind as you're choosing, because we saw from the last question, so many of these different symptoms and health concerns were experienced by so many. Leads me to believe that many people are experiencing many of these different symptoms and health concerns. So what came to mind when you made your selection of this is a top 3 most troublesome? So as it stands, it looks like the top choice are the blood clot, stroke, and pulmonary embolism. After that, we see a bit of a drop-off, but then we see as number 2, headaches, distorted vision, along with confusion and difficulty speaking, and the anxiety and or depression. What's really interesting is, other than the stomach pain, every single one of these is in some number of people's top 3 most troublesome. Mm-hmm. So not just that they experience it, but it actually is the thing that they view as being one of the most troublesome aspects of this condition. So I really want to encourage you, whether you're someone who chose A with the blood clots, stroke, and pulmonary embolism, or if you're someone that chose E, discolored or dark urine, to share those experiences so we understand how they were troublesome to you or your loved one. So with that, I'd like to move us now into our discussion. So again, you can call in now. That phone number is 1-703-844-3231. One more time, 1-703-844-3231. Chime in now and at any point during this morning discussion to help us understand your experiences with iTTP. But to get us started, I'd like to now welcome our discussion panel. We have some of your peers from this iTTP community who will be sharing some of their experiences throughout this morning discussion. So Juanita, maybe we can start with you on this. As you're thinking about this wide range, all of those different symptoms and health effects that we saw listed, is there one or two of those that come to mind for you as the most troublesome?
Yes, so I'm Juanita, and I was diagnosed at 13, and I think the most troublesome was the confusion and the difficulty speaking, just because it's something that you can't control even as much as you want. It's like a feeling of kind of your body is really out of control. And then I would say the headaches and the vision also are quite at the top of the list too.
And are those things that you experience, frequently, daily, weekly, monthly, or is that, something that's, more periodic?
The difficulty speaking I experienced when I was diagnosed. I have not experienced that again after, thankfully. And then the headaches and the migraines I do experience sometimes, and yeah, it works with medication, and it's good that I can control them in that way. But they do kind of affect your concentration, and just it's like a bummer in the day.
Right.
So it varies here and there when they come.
And with that, the confusion that you had described and difficulty speaking, could you maybe maybe describe that or give an example of what that kind of looked like for you? Just 'cause I think we might all try to envision that, but it's a hard thing to know without having seen it ourselves.
Yes, I think how the best way to describe it is like as if your tongue was moving. It had its own mind of its own, and it was like moving on its own different way. And you're trying to control it. And I know exactly what I wanted to say. Like this happened when I was trying to say something to my dad, and I knew exactly what, the words that I wanted to say, but just what was coming out was some gibberish completely different. And my tongue was just I could feel it moving in a different way. And I'm trying to connect the brain to the movement and everything. And it's just a complete different circuit happening there.
And how long did that last for?
Maybe a couple minutes, probably 3 minutes, but it felt a lot longer. And also it was hard. My dad was like, "Oh, you're bugging me." At the beginning, we joke a lot, and he was like, "Stop bugging me. I'm trying to explain. I'm actually not joking right now." I said, and I couldn't explain. No, I'm not joking. It's actually I can't say what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And then with the kind of the headaches and the more frequent symptoms that you experience, maybe can you tell us kind of how that maybe varies from day to day? Do you have good days and bad days with that, or is it kind of pretty similar from day to day?
There's definitely good days and bad days. Usually stress is a factor that increases it a lot.
Okay.
And with school it's a lot. It's hard to control the stress. So it's very clear sometimes, kind of those triggers, but at the same time is hard to control, because it's well, I also have to do school and get stuff done, right? So there are definitely triggers and just days that I just don't feel as great as others. And then my TTP was mixed with lupus, which I got after TTP.
Right.
So I feel they both appear whenever. And it's hard to decipher which one is the one that's acting up. But then there's pain days that I'm great and I'm able to do everything. And then there's days that it's not really the best.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for helping us understand some of those, most troublesome, health effects that you've experienced. Jimmy, I'd like to maybe bring you into this same discussion. Again, there was such that wide range of different symptoms and health effects. What would you say is the top one or two, most troublesome that you've experienced?
Well, some of the troublesome that I have experienced is excruciating headaches, forgetting where I had put things, driving to the store, thinking that I had lost my keys and my keys would be in my hand, and just not knowing what was typically going on, and just relating it to having sinus problems. Because as a child, I had sinus problems growing up, and so that's what I thought it was, when it was actually more serious than just a sinus infection or a sinus headache.
Wow. And so, how long in your life have you been experiencing this? We heard from Juanita that it was right at the beginning, when she was diagnosed. Is this something you experienced, over a longer period of time?
So I was diagnosed when I was 19 years old as a student at Alabama State University, sophomore year in the summer courses.
Okay.
And so about 6 to 7 months prior to that, I would have these excruciating headaches. I remember calling my mom and, like, I don't know where I am. And she was like, calm down, you probably just stressed out or whatever, but not knowing that the illness was taking place. And I was misdiagnosed at first. I was told that I had ITP and I would be fine. I never forget that my family traveled to Detroit to my dad's side of his family's family reunion, and I'm riding with my family, and I was hallucinating, not knowing who my family was, and it was just a disaster, not experiencing that before, and coming back to Alabama, all the way to Alabama to find out that I had TTP, and going through the symptoms of having the TIA and not being able to speak and all those things, and not remembering what happened after I got in the hospital till after 3 days later.
Wow. And so that kind of confusion and disorientation, as well as the excruciating headaches, are those still things that you experience today, or is that kind of something that's behind you now?
Well, it's kind of behind me now. I still have the effects of the TTP. My doctor just told me on the other day that I will be living with this for the remainder of my life. I actually did the Adams test 13 test in December, and those numbers were not favorable in a positive way. So I still kind of enjoy that I'm here today and still have to remain on the treatments to, enjoy everyday life. But I'm blessed to be here today and just to live beyond this diagnosis, this deadly diagnosis that so many people don't survive from or being misdiagnosed.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you, Jimmy, for adding to that. Rob, I saw a lot of head nodding here. So I guess my question for you is, is that, are some of these things, some of your top most troublesome symptoms, or were there actually other things that you had selected if you were thinking about when you were looking at those polling questions?
Yeah, my name is Rob. I'm located just outside of Charlotte. I was diagnosed with TTP January of last year. And definitely these are my top symptoms that I've been dealing with: the cognitive impairment, the disconnect from reality, from understanding what things are going on. I actually became a little belligerent in my refusal to believe what everyone was telling me, refusal for a lot of the testing that the doctors wanted to do when I was in the hospital. I don't have any recollection of, I'd say about a week before I went into the hospital and the first week that I was in the hospital after I'd been diagnosed. I did get pretty lucky with where I ended up in the hospital and the doctor that was assigned to my case.
Right.
But to this day, I still don't have a lot of memories of what had happened. The headaches that come from the stress, as Juanita had said, are very real and very impactful. They can limit your ability to do things. I work with a lot of numbers in my career. And so when I have long days, I am very much wiped out at the end of the day, where I will have trouble remembering things. So it's very impactful that way, as far as the headaches and the fatigue that come with it as well.
So in your experience, kind of the memory difficulties, fatigue, that they kind of come together with, the headaches and, some of that, the pain associated with the condition. Is that right?
Yeah, they come, and especially as things get stressful, if I have a stressful day at work or a stressful day at home with the kids or whatever, it can definitely make those things a lot more impactful to me, and a lot more significant in their the way they show.
And you mentioned that, early on in testing, I think the word you used was you got belligerent, but you don't really remember that. Are those, do you still have those types of episodes, when you're maybe really stressed out or something like that today, or was that kind of more just what you experienced in the beginning, and now it's still experiencing, but maybe not that extreme?
I still do experience them as my numbers drop. I can get a little bit more belligerent to things, not really aware of, the true reality of things that are going on and how I'm impacting others. But it's definitely less than that acute episode I initially had.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for adding in there, and there's some commonalities already I'm hearing, but even at the same time, over time, it's not that each and every one of you have experienced even those same symptoms exactly the same way. Right. Jimmy, did you want to add something to what you had just shared there?
Yes, I add some more. Some days with this diagnosis, you just extremely tired. It just comes with the illness. Some days you don't want to get out of bed, and some days you just a burst of energy, and some days it's just like a block to you. You get brain fog, and just with the hustle and bustle of life, and after going through this for 20 years, the symptoms do change. Sometimes it seems like it gets better, but other days it's like you are taking 4 steps back. And, we're just trying to find something that can help level us out if this is something that we're going to continue to live with, and to help us with these brain fogs and just the effects of taking the treatments itself. Taking long-term steroids, that affects your bones. I've also been through, renal issues in my early diagnosis, and so we just want something that help us live a long, progressive, and positive lifestyle.
Yeah. No, and so Jimmy, when you were describing, that, you want to be more stable, and that you might have I don't know if it's a few days, weeks, what that is, but then you said you take, you have symptoms that make it feel like you're taking a few steps back. What does that cycle look like? Or is this like a weekly thing? Or do you maybe, have a little bit longer periods of things being a little better before you feel like things are taking a few steps back?
Some days, sometimes it lasts a week, sometimes it's a few days, and we had to add more medication to help give you an uptick of energy or something to help go with that. So it's just a mixology, a mix of emotional things that goes on. Some week, like I said, some weeks are great. I have a burst of energy, I'm good. But as you start dealing with the hustle and bustle of life, working and other activities and personal things, that starts to play on the overall makeup of your illness and your body, trying to adjust to everything that you're going through.
Right. And you've mentioned fatigue. For you, is that mental fatigue, physical fatigue, both? What
it's
do you
a combination of all: mental fatigue and physical fatigue, and your brain just gets tired. You try to remember so many things, and after going through TIAs and stuff like that, that plays effects on you, and also your energy level is just completely down.
Yeah. Well, thank you for explaining. Raquel, I'd like to get you involved in this discussion here. Still on the same topic of what symptoms, health effects have been most troublesome.
Yeah, I'm Raquel, caregiver here in the Houston, Texas area, and I would say it is the blood clots and the strokes. You just never know when they're going to happen. And then when you think about the bruises that you end up seeing, right, it affects like the quality of your life, like the activities that you can do, because is this something that happened because I'm participating in this, or is this another sign of the TTP flaring up?
Yeah, so Raquel, can you tell us a little bit about your loved one with iTTP, and in terms of these symptoms, is this something that you have to look out for, on a day-to-day basis? Maybe just describe that a little bit more for us.
So my aunt, she was diagnosed with TTP back in 2005. I don't even know if it's something that like you can look out for the symptoms. And that's the thing, is like you're always living on edge. Is something new going to start displaying? And then just thinking about how we say like this is a rare blood disorder. I mean, is it rare at this point when you start listening to all of these stories and hearing all of these people's symptoms? So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, maybe another follow-up on that. In terms of the clots. Even though you can't necessarily predict them or look out for them, is that something that's happening to your aunt on a regular basis? Is this something that where there's like more of a big event and it's less frequent for her?
It's her norm.
It's her norm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's her norm. Norm in the sense of what type of clothing do I wear today so that I can hide, whether it be your port or the bruises that you have in general. So it's her norm.
Yeah, and can you just, since, again, it's one of those things that, you might have an idea of what a bruise is, but for, that isn't necessarily what a ITTP, bruising is. Can you maybe describe that for us so we can appreciate that?
Large in size, probably much bigger than a quarter, discoloration, almost as if, someone else is actually harming you. So it's very confusing from that standpoint.
Yeah. And clearly enough so that, your aunt, changes what she's wearing and is trying to hide and mask that from other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much, Raquel.
You're welcome.
I do see that we have a phone caller, so I'd like to bring Amanda from Minnesota, who's living with ITTP and wants to share, some of the top health effects that she's experienced. So, Amanda, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, James. Thank you to all the people who are leading the discussion. I really appreciate hearing the stories today. But I called in because I wanted to share some of the additional things that are impacting patients with TTP. As I selected the other option as a patient who lives with TTP daily, I was diagnosed 7 years ago, and I selected the other option on some of our polling questions.
Yes.
And some things that I noted that weren't listed was chronic pain and joint damage, some of the impacts that the medications that patients are treated with can have long-term effects on the body. And while those are not impacts that you may experience on the front end, if you are a patient who has relapses or who is consistently treated with high-dose steroids or immunosuppression, it is something that happens to you over time. I've relapsed 4 times in the last 7 years, and that's certainly something that I live with on a day-to-day basis. And additionally, I noted that there was anxiety and depression listed, but I think I can only speak for myself, but many patients who are diagnosed with TTP, may have post-traumatic stress disorder related to their medical trauma, as you are very close in some cases to losing your life in these instances if not caught early and not treated appropriately. Many patients who are diagnosed have never heard of TTP before. It's a rare disease, and there's not a lot of literature out there about how and why you have this disease.
Right.
And so I think it's really important to acknowledge those impacts that patients deal with on a daily basis in that other category. So thank you.
Yeah, so Amanda, if I can follow up, you talk about, this kind of unknown, unexpected, medical trauma that occurs. So if you would be willing, would you mind, in your experience, describing, how you first experienced, TTP, giving us some idea of what that is that would then, lead people to have post-traumatic stress disorder, worrying about that, type of event.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was diagnosed at age 30 after the birth of my second child. She was approximately 4 months old, and I had a 2-year-old at home. I presented with regular symptoms of, what I thought was a viral infection, went to urgent care, and then was sent home. My symptoms got worse over the period of a few days, and I went back to urgent care, and my platelets were at 7,000. the physician then said, you need to go to the hospital immediately, you can't drive. And then I was transferred to the hospital. From there, the hospital identified that they couldn't treat me because they were unable to, they don't have plasmapheresis available at every hospital location. And I was transferred to the university hospital. What I can say from there is that I had severe cognitive dysfunction at that time. My brain was not working well. And I was, experienced a lot of the things that some of the other panelists shared where, brain dysfunction, I was having TIAs, like things were very difficult. And then you have a clinician come in and say, hey, you have this super rare disease. Going to have emergency treatment. You're going to have a catheter placed into your neck. We're going to initiate treatment. You're being moved to the ICU. We need to call your family. We're not sure how this prognosis is going to go. And that's a really difficult thing to hear for anybody, but you're also having cognitive impairment and can't understand what's happening to you at the time. And then you go through, severe, you go through treatment at the hospital, and while you clinically may be able to leave the hospital, the impact of all of that medical treatment is one thing, but the impact of how that changes your life is a completely separate thing, right? I'm a full-time, I work full-time, 2 kids at home under the age of 2. They're telling me I have a rare disease that I never heard of before. I need ongoing treatment. All of a sudden I have to start immunotherapy. We can't get things under control. And it's really difficult to wrap your head around how your life has been impacted. And with TTP, you're not always, doctors cannot predict if you're going to get it again. They hope it's related to a specific instance, but with iTTP, you hope that you don't have another recurrence. Some people have one recurrence, some people have many recurrences or relapses. I moved on with my life, but 2 years later, there it was again. Another year later, there it was again. And I think it's a really tough thing to have that kind of unknown hanging over your head while you're trying to bounce back, live your life. So I think post-traumatic stress disorder, is certainly an issue that I experienced and sometimes still experience because, it's a tough gig having this kind of disease. You have to stop your life. Everything changes, and you have to pick it back up,
Yeah, and Amanda, it sounds like not only the initial trauma, but it's not just theoretical from there. You just mentioned, in your experience having, relapses, and it's a real, health risk that is materializing, and you're living through time and time again. So. Yeah, and it's an unknown, and it can pop up at any time for no reason at all. And at this point, I think the medical field and physicians are continuing to research, and we're getting more information. But a sinus infection could turn into a TTP relapse. A vaccine, getting a flu vaccine can turn into a TTP relapse. And so the unknown is a really tough thing to handle, and it can be quite triggering to experience this event time and time again. Yeah. Well, Amanda, thank you so much for calling in and sharing, your journey, and we appreciate that represents the journeys of so many as well. I do see that we have a number of written comments that have been coming in as we've been having these discussions. So James, I want to check in with you. What are we seeing there?
Yeah, I first wanted to delve into the other category. This one is a little bit different than most of what we heard about symptoms, and this is Karen from Massachusetts. Karen says her symptom was heart attack, which her doctors have told her now believe that if she has a relapse, that would be the first symptom that shows up. So I thought that was interesting because that's a little bit different than what other folks have said. We also have Mina from Canada who says she's experienced issues of memory issues, fatigue, and also PTSD. Yeah, well, I want to encourage folks to continue calling in, writing in.
At this point, I want to broaden the discussion a little bit. We've been focused, on kind of understanding what some of those top symptoms and health effects are. We've already started to hear a little bit about this, but I would like to more directly focus on, how iTTP impacts, activities of daily life and quality of life, and what those impacts really are. So at this point, I'd like to invite everyone to go back to their polling. For all of our iTTP warriors and caregivers, go to www.pollev.com/iTTP. Again, that's POLLEV.com/iTTP. Here, we want to, focus on this topic and understand what specific daily life activities that are important to you or your loved one that's living with iTTP are you or they not able to do either at all, or you struggle with due to iTTP. And please try to select the top 3 of those activities that are important and affected as a result of this condition. The options are A, attending school, B, playing sports or exercising, C, traveling, D, going to restaurants, E, working or having a career, F, attending social events, whether with family or friends, G, maintaining a home, or H, some other specific daily life activity that's important to you that you're not able to do or struggle with as a result of iTTP that's not otherwise listed here as one of your response options. While people are responding here, James, I wanted to ask a question. We just heard a little bit about relapse and some of the things that trigger that. In the lead up to this meeting, at this time of year, we've had people say that, oh, I was planning to participate, but now I can't because of a relapse. And I remember you mentioning, well, this time of year, that's a common thing. Would you maybe explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so many patients experience relapse, as I think you heard one of the callers say, if they have the flu,
right,
or if they have a COVID vaccine, or they come down with some type of cold or something like that. Anything where the immune system becomes compromised could force them into relapse. In fact, we actually have a couple of warriors who are, if they're able to, probably watching from the hospital right now.
Yeah.
Because they've had relapse this week.
Yeah. So, obviously many of us, know people who have come down with some illness this time of year, very common, but it just, it's such a bigger risk for those people living with iTTP. So for those of you who are tuned in, not feeling well, or even though, especially those in the hospital, thank you so much for joining today. So our polling question here focused on impacts on activities of daily life. It looks like one of the things that's most impacted for our audience is traveling. So be very interested to hear, what is making traveling more difficult or impossible, as it relates to your iTTP. After that, we see playing sports or exercising, as well as working or having a career. So similarly, would love to hear about, what is it that makes, that kind of physical activity or, something as fundamental as having a job more difficult. But we see every single thing here listed as in a number of people's top 3, except for some others. So we'd like to hear, some of those examples from you. It's really important and helps us paint that picture, when we get some of that specific personal experience from every one of you. So if you'd like to call in and share some of your experiences with impacts on activities in daily life, you can do so by calling in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. As you heard with Amanda, we'll be able to bring you into the conversation as part of our discussion here. But I'd like to go back to our discussion panel to get us started on this topic. Maybe, Rob, we can start with you first this time. So activities, whether it's something that you can do, but it's more difficult, or maybe something that's just not possible, what came to mind as you were seeing that polling question?
I mean, the first one that comes to mind for me is working. Tasks that I used to be able to complete relatively simply and in a short time frame now can take 2 to 4 times longer just to complete them. And I often will get the headaches afterwards because of the stress it puts on my thinking and that stuff. And the same thing goes with exercising and playing sports. I've increased the amount of exercise that I'm doing on a weekly basis and things like that, but the recovery time is definitely significantly longer as well. So where it might have taken a day or two to recover from doing some good sports playing or doing a good hike, now it can take up to a week. So it just extends the time out for the recovery time as well.
And when you say recovering, can you describe that to us? When like that, up to a week to recover, what does that mean that maybe you're not able to do, or do as much of, in that whole week in follow-up?
It can be something as simple as, when you do a strenuous workout and you get that soreness over in the muscles as they're recovering, where it might take a day or two, previously to TTP. Now it can take, up to a week before your muscles really start feeling a little bit better. I've been doing a lot more hikes now, and it can take a good week before I'm able to even, get over some of the fatigue that comes from doing that activity. Getting, more frequent headaches during that week following that. And, when I do work harder and I've got, deadlines that come up, big deadlines, it can be pretty debilitating from the headaches that it causes.
Yeah, and speaking of work, and you mentioned this earlier, you say that just getting through a work day and meeting deadlines, it's much harder and it can cause stress that then triggers those headaches. Can you just tell us a little bit about your work and what those different activities are as part of the work day that are putting that stress on you and your body?
My work is not very physically demanding, but it is mentally demanding. I deal with a lot of numbers. I'm in pricing, so I do a lot of formula writing, a lot of analysis, data analysis, numerical analysis, that kind of stuff. So when I'm writing long formulas or I'm building files that are doing some predictive analytics, those are the kind of things that before I used to just really enjoy and dive into and have a good time doing. And I still do enjoy the work, but it is a lot more taxing on me now.
Wow. Yeah. So kind of both sides here. The mental or kind of cognitive impacts and the physical, and it seems like there's even that little bit of an interplay too when you're describing after going on a hike that impacts even the work day then. So thank you for helping at least me understand that a little bit better. Raquel, maybe you can jump in on this topic too, like for your aunt, thinking about things that are harder. You're a family member. Have there been impacts on her social engagements with friends and family? What things have you seen as kind of top activities that are impacted?
I would agree with what the poll has showed. We're a family that likes to travel, and travel is very limited. So how you choose or the quality of your life from that standpoint changes because you're always thinking about the risk associated if you're too far away from your doctor. I mean, even thinking about relocating, right? If you're wanting to relocate to be closer to family, that option goes out of the window because you're thinking about, hey, I need to be closer to this doctor because they understand like my symptoms and TTP a little bit more. So there's that fear there to make any adjustments or changes in your life at all.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about a little earlier, just the significant life-threatening, events that can occur. So, makes a lot of sense to me to hear that your aunt, she doesn't want to travel away from where she has her, healthcare team. How have you observed that? What does that change for her? Is that, in terms of, travel? That's kind of more routine things, visiting people or vacations. What has kind of having to keep that tighter, geographic kind of, location actually meant for what she can do in her life?
I guess when you think about, I think about it from the perspective that we all want to be able to live like the best version of what we consider our lives to be, and TTP continues to be like a hindrance to that, right? I think about when she relocated because of a relationship and having to decide if your health is more important than a relationship, right? You need to go back home. So it changes the trajectory of a lot of the choices that you would make. And oftentimes, like other people have said, it's kind of like the PTSD. I remember when she was first diagnosed, we were talking about, are we pulling the plug at this point? And I think that when you have those things in the back of your mind, it does weigh the choices that a person living with TTP would make versus a person that's not living with TTP. I mean, there's a little bit more, you can be a little bit more risky, and living with TTP, you feel very risk averse, right? Like, I don't want to do that because what happens if I'm too far away from home or I'm not around my medical team? So it's almost like you're robbed of being able to live a life that you would have chosen otherwise if you didn't have TTP.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the examples you mentioned is your aunt just being able to maybe have a life partner and be in a relationship, and that might that tension of that might need her to maybe relocate, and that is a really hard thing to think about. I can't even imagine being in that kind of predicament. You also talked about you just can't be as risky. Are there kind of any specific examples that come to mind when you were saying that, in terms of activities and things that you just you can't do when you have to be risk averse like that?
No activities that come in mind, but I think that just becomes your way of living. Like, everything is almost a risk at that point. If you hit something, if you bump up against something, if you're around someone that is sick, I mean, it could be something as simple as, visiting your grandkids, right? And if they're sick, you get sick, you run the risk of your TTP flaring up. So I just think that the way that you approach life in general changes, from social settings to activities. Like, everything is a little bit more heightened.
Wow. Well, thank you again so much for sharing that. Visiting grandkids, something that people might really take for granted. That's such an important part of life. People look forward to that, and that being taken away from you, or you at least have to be so worried about it. Juanita, I would like to kind of bring you in on this discussion again. Activities that are either really difficult because of iTTP or maybe impossible. What's your experience?
I would say, well, at the beginning, like when I was first diagnosed, school was a hard one. So I was in grade 7, when this happened, when it first happened. So I was like out of school for I think 2 months. And then after, like, I only went to my classes, but like all the big school activities, I couldn't go because my immune system was very weak. So it was like, well, you can't be in a room with 100 people because there's probably a little bug flying around, and it might not be anything for anyone else, but it can be really bad for you. So then it was like little things, like I couldn't, for example, like at lunchtime, like I wouldn't eat at the cafeteria with all my friends, but I ate at the like teacher's lunchroom. And I was allowed to bring like one friend, but it was like not living really your normal teenager life. So then I wasn't able to, or like making plans with friends, like I wasn't able to go to the movies with them, or like go to just friend plans or anything like that, because it was like, well, it's a big place. There's going to be a lot of people. My immune system might not be able to handle the really small things. So I would say that was kind of the more acute kind of thing. And then after that, I feel like the effects are just more really, as Raquel was saying, like being really aware of your surroundings, like, should I do that? Should I not do that? Or like, yeah, when there's a cold, and when my family gets a cold, like their cold will last 2 days, something, they'll be fine. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then my cold will, like 2 weeks ago, like it turned into bronchopneumonia just because my immune system is whack. So it just like affects you a lot harder. So things like that, or like you hit with something like you, stumble upon the table or something, and then you get a much bigger bruise, or something that someone that just bumps into a table. So I wouldn't say I have to live with like it's not really big things, but it's more like that day-to-day living. And then thankfully I've been very lucky to travel, and even last year I did a solo trip across Europe, a backpacking trip, and it was cool, but it was like living with a kind of fear in mind at the same time. And sometimes I'm like, I was kind of crazy doing that. Uh, but it was like, okay, I'm actually going across the ocean, and then being like alone, and really it was like, okay, what if actually something happens? And then you have to really be mindful of insurance stuff. Like, okay, I actually need to buy a really good travel insurance, because what if something happens, and then I need to take a bunch of my medication. Like for example, I live in Canada, but my uncle lives in Florida, and 2 years ago or something, I went down to Florida, and I only took like my normal medication, but not like my when I'm on flare medication. And then I ended up getting a really bad flare then, and I was like, okay, this was not a great idea to leave the flare medication up there. So it's just things like that, like being more mindful, like planning something takes a lot more, right? Because you have to be mindful of all those little things that someone not dealing with this doesn't have to be mindful of, like
Yeah.
insurance, medication, and getting more medication in case something, and
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah, you had that experience for example, of, backpacking through Europe, but, even though you were able to do it, it wasn't without, it sounds like an extreme extra amount of planning, and, you acknowledged it, a risk that you had to take, and it was a risk that you were willing to take, to do that activity, but, it doesn't mean that it still wasn't there and weighing on you. I want to follow up to something you were talking about a little bit earlier, just because we haven't heard a lot yet about, the impacts in childhood, and you talked about, like, for example, really having to have a small circle, of people, friends, and people that you interacted with. And so, I just wanted to maybe probe, like, when you were going through that, how did that make you feel? How were you able to cope with that? Maybe just describe, that a little bit more.
I kind of felt like an alien, just because I was 13, and then when I came back to school, for example, I had kind of like my life obviously had turned completely around, and basically everything that I knew about life before had kind of changed, and the really meaning of life had really shifted. And I felt that I was kind of just not a 13-year-old anymore. Like I felt like I had grown and matured inside like 20 years, which in some ways it was good, but at the same time, I just felt that I couldn't really relate to anyone that was like there in my school. And like my friends, like obviously your 13-year-old problems are like, I don't know, my mom doesn't want to give me this, or just little really dumb things. And then I was like, that's not a problem, it was like my problems. Like I was focusing on like going to doctor's visit every week, just going to get blood work done every 5 days, and like finding a certain thing and planning things. And then every time it was like, oh, we should do something. And I was like, oh, well, I can't do this, right? Or they would be like, oh, Juanita can't do that, right? So it also made me feel like sometimes I was just more of a burden to my friends and in some ways, like obviously they were like, oh no, like we're happy you're here and all of that, but it just makes you feel that you don't really fit in kind of that normal world. And I think part of coping with it was just trying to find people that I like. When I got diagnosed, they were like, oh, there's not really many kids with this disease. And I think they told me that I was one of the first girls I was in Colombia when this happened, that had ever had this. So I was like, okay, no one has this. Like, I kind of feel like a rare bug.
Yeah.
So finding people that had gone through maybe similar life-changing experience, even though TTP was not their life-changing experience, but just kind of relating on that deeper level,
Sure.
helped me, even though these were like adults. But yeah, I think like sharing that was like, okay, I'm actually not that rare, right?
Right. Yeah, it sounds extremely, like a very, very difficult thing to navigate. And, you've mentioned so many different factors that feed into this, the kind of physical distancing, in order to reduce risk, but also not relating, to people your own age after being pulled out of school and, needing, very glad to hear that you were able to find people to connect with at that age that, maybe had similar, if not exactly the same experiences. I do want to bring Jimmy in to this discussion, as we're kind of thinking this broad, class of things we're calling like activities in daily life and aspects really of quality of life. What has been most difficult for you, Jimmy?
Well, the difficult thing for me is, just the tiresome and, sometimes getting to work on time. I don't think I would, make it with a 9 to 5, having those setbacks that I have on certain days. I'm blessed to be able to have a family-owned business that I work for that can accommodate my schedule when I need to come into work late or, stay later just because I'm not able to get up some mornings just because of the fog and fatigue of the illness. And I would like to go back where when I was diagnosed, I actually graduated my undergrad and master's degree late because I was having so many setbacks and relapse with my TTP that I was not able to attend school full time.
Wow.
And so with my undergrad, I graduated 3 years later. And with my master's, I graduated about 3 years later. And on both of those, I had to go on the 504 program to have more time to complete my assignments to just to matriculate through those programs, having those relapses, going in the hospital and staying 6 weeks at a time or 8 weeks at a time when there was no outpatient plasmapheresis at the time.
Right.
So now I'm very cognitive of how I travel. Sometimes I overpack while I travel just to have something, medicine, number one, that if something was to happen, I look to see where's the nearest hospital is in case I might, bruise myself, cut myself, you just never know. I remember one time I was out of town and my nose started bleeding unexpectedly. I had never had a nosebleed, and so I'm franticing and trying to find the nearest hospital and at the same time calling my hematologist to get to send the prescription notes so I can get those tests because, some hospitals, they just don't know about TTP or what to do. And you're trying to tell them what's going on with you. And they're looking at you like you're crazy. And so, and it ended up being just my sinuses. So just little things that cause you to be so, cognitive, aware of what you like to do. Like I like to go to the beach, but I'm scared sometime to get in the ocean that I might cut my feet and, catch some type of, germ that will make my TTP go into a relapse. Because when my TTP go into a relapse, it goes all the way down. When my platelets go down to 23, and it's hard to come back up. And so you just have those things on your mind as you are moving out through your daily lives and what you like to do. And so it just clogs your mind as, just to move through these daily activities.
Wow, thank you so much, Jimmy. And so much of big impacts, like impacting ability to graduate and make your way through your like undergrad and graduate programs, but then just the day-to-day things too, like being able to do something you like going to the beach or going to work in the morning. Such a wide range of impacts. So I see we have a phone caller. We have Samantha from Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania, someone who was diagnosed on the younger side of things here and wants to share some of the biggest impacts that she's experienced. So Samantha, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yeah, so would love to hear from you as we're kind of thinking about these different topics of how iTTP is you're experiencing it, how those things are impacting your life, in the past or presently. What would you like to share?
I was 18 years old when I started this. I was a senior in high school, and unfortunately, there was nothing because they didn't understand this, and it was a shame with everything going on. So I had to be really careful. I couldn't even go to my high school graduation, and back then, you didn't think about wearing a mask, so I didn't really know anything of it. So I had to limit my social life.
Yeah, so maybe are there examples of the types of things that you would normally have been doing, or hobbies or activities that you had enjoyed that you had to cut back on as a result of limiting your social circle?
I was involved in a child care program at a technical school, and I couldn't do it anymore because it was with children. So I had to stop basically everything and almost attempt to change career paths, but I was able to continue in that, but I have to still watch.
I see.
And it's difficult that just because of, unfortunately, having a disease stops us from, basically living our life without expectations, so to speak.
Can you maybe tell us a little bit more about that? You're able to stay in kind of the child care field. Has that changed? Having iTTP changed? How you've had to approach that, or maybe what is more difficult about this being in this career, given living with this condition.
I did decide to, unfortunately, I probably regret doing it, but I did decide to change being with childcare because of the risk of getting hurt or getting sick, because I did work in childcare for about 6 months, and I did get sick because of all of the little children's germs and everything, and it triggered a small relapse that they were able to catch.
Right.
But it was a shame that I had to stop.
Yeah, and so now, what are you doing these days? Like, what did you have to shift to?
I've been, unfortunately, in between jobs because it's very still triggering for me to find something without having to worry about getting sick.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It sounds extremely difficult, and with everything that we've heard so far, just the risk, with every interpersonal interaction being something you have to be concerned about. Is there any other aspects of your life that you would say have been impacted? Obviously, your career and working is a huge one, but just to help us understand your experience a little better.
So I feel like, and also about like the vacations, I love going to the beach, like people have said, but it's hard because I don't want to risk getting any small cut, like they have said, because you just never know, or anything.
Yeah, the risk of injury or infection and that triggering a relapse with every activity in life. Yeah. Well,
I used to love to do bike riding, and I just worry about doing that.
Yeah. Have there been certain things that you now do that kind of replace those types of physical activities or hobbies, even kind of how you go about vacationing, just to give us a sense of what you are able to do and what that looks like.
I mean, I still go on vacation because I'll just get my blood counts checked before and all that, and I try not to stress about it with the PTSD, the depression, and all that, because I don't want it to run my life, but unfortunately it still does.
Yeah. Well, Samantha, thank you for being so willing to open up and share some really difficult impacts that you've been experiencing It's so important for us to hear those things and hear the different ways that this condition is impacting people's lives. So thank you so much. I do want to broaden the discussion one more time here as part of our morning topic. So we've talked a lot about what you all have already experienced living with iTTP, from that original, event that maybe led to a diagnosis, but really everything that you live with day to day. Here we want to look towards the future a bit. And so we know that, many of you have already talked about PTSD and having to worry about things, but what is it that maybe you worry about into the future, thinking about living life with this condition? So we're going to do one more polling question as part of this morning session. So go ahead and open that web browser on your phone, open up that tab in on your web browser on your computer, and go to www.pollev.com/ITTP one last time here. So our question for you now is that question: what worries you most about you or your loved one's condition in the future? And again, we're going to ask you here to select the top 3 greatest worries that you have for you or your loved one. The options are A, the fear of falling; B, the fear of the next episode; C, needing surgery; D, that the symptoms will actually get worse; E, stomach problems; F, needing to quit your job; G, worsening impaired thinking or memory; H, blood clots leading to stroke or heart attack; I, dying prematurely; J, the ability to start your own family; K, a relapse; or L, some other greatest worry that you have for yourself or your loved one as a result of living with iTTP. And as with each of these, as you're making your selections, think about what is informing, this. Is this something that is always on the top of your mind? Is this something that impacts your life, having to think about and worry about this for the future? And how have your past experiences, informed, having these worries for the future? So we'll give everyone just a few more moments. I see we still have results coming in. At least as it stands, it looks like the top worry is dying prematurely, followed pretty closely by relapse and fear of the next episode. That's kind of, I would say, the first tier of responses that we're seeing. After that, we're seeing that symptoms will get worse, including things like worsening impaired thinking and memory, as well as blood clots leading to stroke or heart attack, and even ability to start a family being up there. We see needing to quit a job being reported by a number of people, as well as other things that we didn't have listed here. So, regardless of which of these you chose, we'd love to hear from you to understand the types of worries that people with iTTP have to live with each and every day. So if you'd like to share on this, I'd like to invite you to call in. That number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. And so we actually have a phone caller. I'd like to start by going to the phones. We have Amanda from Minnesota. I believe we talked to Amanda earlier, and she wants to kind of add to this part of our discussion about some of the impacts in daily life that she and her family have experienced. So, Amanda, I'd like to welcome you back to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. I actually called in before this polling question, so.
Oh, no worries.
Thank you for having me on the line again. I just wanted to share some of the impacts on daily activities and kind of traveling, as others have mentioned in the panel. I would say that limit on daily activities is something that I and my family have experienced in a number of ways. I mentioned previously that I've had a number of relapses.
Yes.
And these show up at any time without warning. And a number of times they've showed up have been right around the time that I'm, headed out of town with my family. Specifically, one instance was a spring break trip that we had planned as with my 2 children, and we were going to celebrate my son's 5th birthday. And 2 days before, I noticed a large black bruise on my stomach. I went to get my platelets checked, and they were in the 20s. And so I was experiencing a relapse. I had to be admitted to the hospital, and we were going out of the country, and there was no way that I was going to be able to make that trip. So my husband and I were unable to go. My in-laws and my sister-in-law, took my kids on a trip. I missed his birthday, missed a family vacation, and we had to have a notary, figure that out at 10 p.m. in a hospital. So, my in-laws could take my kids out of the country.
Wow.
This past year, I had another relapse. And I was receiving, I guess it was last year, treatment. And unfortunately, my grandfather passed away. And I watched his funeral on Zoom from a hospital room while I was receiving immunotherapy.
Yeah.
I missed spring break trip last year due to treatment. I mean, the impact on daily activities, real life experiences, family memories is something that is real and true for many TTP patients, as this disease shows up for most of us without warning.
Right.
And while we have ways to manage it and can proactively look at it, it still just pops up without reason. One thing that I find really beneficial is that my physician, my hematologist, always provides me a letter so that if I do travel, I can take that to any hospital. So I don't have to explain to an ER physician or an urgent care physician about my disease.
Right.
It's really clear about what I need and the type of blood work that I need.
Mm-hmm.
And I always carry, prednisone with me when I travel in case I need to have, some immunosuppression. And I have a refrigerator in my basement filled with, the Cablevia I didn't use because that stuff is like liquid gold. Mm-hmm. And, as a TTP patient, it's an emergency. It's like plasma exchange in a vial. And so, keep it on hand in case there's an urgent need in which we need to treat ourselves at home. But that wasn't a drug that was available even 3 years ago to patients like us. So,
yeah.
Those are options that I didn't have before. But the impact on daily life is something that I experience like many others who've shared. So thank you.
No, thank you, Amanda. I mean, you gave us a number of really vivid examples of things that have been impacted, and even with all of the planning that we've heard about and goes into trying to make these types of things possible, you can't predict the disease, and those things aren't always possible. So thank you again, Amanda. I also know that on the topic of impacts on daily life, Amanda was just speaking to some of that we did get a number of written comments on impacts of activities in daily life. So James, would like to hear any that stood out to you from what we've seen so far.
Sure. This really stands out to me. Sharon from Alabama says, none of us asked for this.
Yeah.
Excuse me. None of us asked for this. It's absolutely life-changing in every way.
Yeah.
Many of us are suffering from what I personally call the after effects. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
And then we have Leanne from New Jersey. I cannot travel to countries that do not treat TTP. A flare-up in a foreign country may lead to my demise. So that echoes what the others were saying there. Yeah. And it's interesting to hear that there are countries who don't treat TTP at all.
Yeah. Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing, and we'll continue to share those as we can here. I'd like to, on the topic of worries for the future, check in with our discussion panel, and maybe just like a wave of a hand, if someone would like to share some of the greatest worries or fears that they're, experiencing and thinking about. So let's start with Rob.
Yeah, so, with each of the relapses or the events that we have, especially after the acute one, with the blood clots and how, my kidneys almost failed. I had significant heart damage The cognitive impairments, what I worry about is the weakening of the body organs. When I get a relapse, is my heart going to fail at that point? I think that's one of my biggest concerns moving forward in the future is, as each relapse that you have or each event that you have, how much more damage is being done to your organs, and how much more significant then those impacts are going to be moving forward after that. Now I have debilitating headaches or, severe fatigue where it takes weeks to recover from things that used to take a day or so. But in the future, how is that going to impact me? What's the recovery time going to be like? How significant are those impacts going to affect me? Am I not going to be able to do my job anymore? I think, also with, not having these answers or these guidance, we don't have those standards as far as, this is how you diagnose it. This is how you treat it. This is how you care for someone with this. A lot of people seem to have these cognitive impairments,
Right.
But there is no real understanding as to, well, you need to make sure you're going to see, a neurologist for some of these things. These are the tests that you need to look at that can measure the impacts of some of these damages to your brain. They can sit there and they tell us that it impacts your kidneys, your heart, and your brain, but there's nothing that's really been done to look at the impacts to the cognitive impairments specifically.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thank you, Rob. I mean, sharing both, concerns about, the kind of various symptoms and including the cognitive ones worsening, but also, the fact that it could be life-threatening being the thing you have to worry about too. Jimmy, you had raised your hand as well.
Yes, my concern is when is the next, big episode is going to happen. I was first diagnosed at 19, and I will have relapses throughout the years until I turned 29 when I had another major relapse that caused me to be put in an induced coma.
Yeah.
I had a blood clot behind my right eye, and my vision was impaired in that eye for a long time, and it finally came back. And when I turned 39, I thought I was going to have another major relapse because of just the occurrence of things. So turning those 39 has been, something that was scary for me, not understanding what would happen, with me being on steroids for almost 20 years and with a family history of diabetes, adding that to my plate as I get older. So I'm very cognizant of that. And just, the fear of your organs, how much can your organs handle of all this heavy doses of medications and relapses of this debilitating illness? And what are those long-term effects as you get older, with age, things start to break down anyway. And so just adding that on top of what comes with life as you age.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Jimmy. I want to sneak in here a final comment that we have from a phone caller. We have Kanisha from New Jersey, who's the mother of a iTTP warrior, and wants to share the things that her family has to worry about. So, Kanisha, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Hello, welcome.
I just wanted to make comment, and just piggybacking over like what some of my other fellow warriors stated about, just being worried and then the quality of life. It's constant things that you always have to worry about. Like I know, for example, for me, when many people mention vacations and traveling, it's like every time I plan or decide I want to do something, I always have to ask, okay, what's the insurance on, this, or is there a refund? Because it's so hard trying to plan ahead, or even when I try to do stuff with friends or family, I never like to plan a year ahead or, not unless it's like a few months ahead, because there's been times where, I've, made plans to do something and then had to cancel. And I remember one time I got out the hospital from getting plasma exchange, and my family was planning to travel for a family reunion down south. I had, luckily I got out just in time, and I got out of the hospital at 6 p.m. and had to hurry up and try to get my hair done, and on a flight at 4 a.m. to catch it and travel with my family. So it is very hard, and it's very scary, Also, like, I have a wedding coming up in May, and I know one of the questions when I was booking my venue was, okay, what's the refund, look like? Or what if, emergency happens? And even all the way up till, the wedding, it's a constant worry of, I hope I don't get sick. I hope I don't get sick or end up in the hospital before, my wedding day. So I just wanted to, make comment on that. It is very hard. And, my mother stated earlier that I try, to continue pushing, and I try to continue working and live my life. And constantly, it's things that I have to think about in my 20s, like going to the doctor, asking, do you have a will? Making sure my beneficiaries are in order, and things that people my age or my certain friends have never even thought about yet.
Yeah. Not things that people have had to think about yet, and especially not on top of, planning a wedding. And I, from the bottom of my heart, hope that all goes well and you don't need to have any contingencies in place for when you actually do have your wedding. So thank you, Kanisha, for calling in. We're a little over time, so I'm just going to ask James here to wrap us up with the final word of any written comments we've gotten on this topic of worries for the future.
Sure. Hazel from Texas. She says, one sour thought that creeps in her mind is the possible problems she could encounter with starting a new family. She says, I know many women with TTP have had successful pregnancies, but as rare as it is to have this disorder, the possibility still exists to have a high-risk pregnancy. So that's a fear for her.
Yeah. Well, thank you to everyone who's participated in this morning session, our Zoom panel, our callers, and our written commenters. It's been so valuable to hear both those common experiences, of which there have been so many, as well as some of those things that have been just a little bit different for each and every one of you. At this point in time, we're going to take a little break. We're going to come back at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, where we'll be shifting gears and focusing on your experiences with current treatments and management strategies. So we look forward to having you all join then. For now, we're going to go to a break, and as we transition to break, we will be sharing a little iTTP Warrior video with you. So enjoy that, and we'll see you at 1 p.m. Eastern. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on iTTP. I'm your meeting moderator, James Valentine, and I'm here in the studio with James Wynn from the Wynn Foundation. And we are pleased to welcome you back after such a engaged morning discussion to help us understand what it is to live with iTTP. We come back together this afternoon now to explore and hear from those living with iTTP and caregivers around the current treatment approaches, as well as your perspectives and desires for future treatments. But before we get into that, I'd like to turn it over to James to introduce our afternoon speaker. James?
Yes, thank you, James. Welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, we will shift gears a bit and focus more on iTTP treatments and people's hope for the future. To begin this session, we are pleased to have a presentation from Dr. Adam Suker, who is a hematology expert and director of the Penn Comprehensive and Hemophilia Thrombosis Program, as well as an associate professor of medicine at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. Dr. Suker is also one of the first doctors to work with the Wynn Foundation. And now, over to you, Dr. Suker.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak with the community today about a treatment overview for immune thrombotic thrombocytopenic purpura, or iTTP. Before I talk about treatments, I want to briefly review physiology. First, I want to show you normal physiology. This is the way it's supposed to work. This is a cartoon of a blood vessel cut on cross-section, and the blood vessel is lined with endothelial cells. The endothelial cells are where we make and store von Willebrand factor. And von Willebrand factor gets released from these endothelial cells into the circulation, not as single molecules, but as long chains of von Willebrand factor molecules. We call these long chains ultra-large von Willebrand factor multimers. And these ultra-large multimers are so sticky that we need an enzyme, ADAMTS13, to chop them up into smaller, less sticky pieces. Now imagine you cut yourself. There's an injury to the blood vessel wall. This exposes a molecule called collagen. Von Willebrand factor has a collagen binding receptor, so it binds to the site of injury. And when it does so, it gets exposed to shear forces along the edge of the vessel, which cause it to unravel, exposing its platelet binding receptors. Platelets are then able to bind to von Willebrand factor at the site of injury and form a plug to seal up the site of injury. So that's the way it's supposed to work. What happens in TTP? Well, here again, the endothelial cells release these ultra-large von Willebrand factor multimers into circulation. But the problem in immune TTP is that the patient makes antibodies against their ADAMTS13. So the ADAMTS13 is not able to cut these ultra-large, ultra-sticky multimers in the circulation, and instead they are allowed to persist. And these ultra-large multimers are so sticky that they can spontaneously stick to platelets and induce formation of platelet-rich blood clots. And at least in small blood vessels, these clots can completely block the flow of blood. And it's these vessel blockages that lead to the clinical damage in TTP. If the vessel blockages occur in the brain, they cause seizure, confusion, and stroke. If they occur in the heart, they can cause arrhythmias and heart attacks. If they occur in the kidneys, they can cause kidney damage. And if they occur in the bowels, they can cause severe abdominal pain. So we need to treat patients to try to prevent these severe complications, which will ultimately lead to death if not treated. And I think it's useful to divide treatments for immune TTP into two groups. There are rescue therapies and there is immunosuppression. Let's start talking about the rescue therapies. The first rescue therapy, a standard of care for many years for TTP, is plasma exchange, where a patient is connected to a machine that removes their own plasma and infuses normal donor plasma into them. Why does plasma exchange work for TTP? Well, first, by removing the patient's plasma, we are removing those ultra-large, ultra-sticky von Willebrand factor multimers, and we're also removing the antibodies that the patient's immune system makes against ADAMTS13. At the same time, by giving normal donor plasma, we're replenishing ADAMTS13 from the donors. And in this landmark clinical trial, published many years ago, patients who were treated with plasma exchange had improved survival compared with those who were treated with simple plasma infusion. And this led to plasma exchange becoming standard of care. We have a much newer rescue therapy for immune TTP called caplacizumab. This is an antibody fragment that binds to von Willebrand factor and blocks it from interacting with platelets. So again, let's imagine the patient has TTP. Their endothelial cells release these ultra-large, ultra-sticky multimers into the circulation. The patient is deficient in ADAMTS13 because of this autoantibody, and this leads to persistence of these ultra-sticky multimers. And again, these multimers are so sticky that under normal circumstances, they would induce formation of platelet-rich blood clots. But if we treat the patient with caplacizumab, we are blocking the interaction between their von Willebrand factor and platelets. And so the platelets essentially bounce off the von Willebrand factor, and the von Willebrand factor does not induce formation of those blood clots. This is a forest plot from clinical studies that showed that caplacizumab reduces all-cause mortality when it's used to treat patients with immune TTP. But it does come at a cost. The major side effect of caplacizumab is an increased risk of bleeding. The problem with plasma exchange and caplacizumab is while they can be life-saving, they are band-aids. They do nothing to address the underlying issue, which is the formation of those autoantibodies against ADAMTS13. And to address that issue, we need immunosuppression. The mainstay of immunosuppression to treat iTTP for many years has been corticosteroids, such as prednisone. Why do corticosteroids work in this disease? Well, I think this point was nicely illustrated by this small clinical trial published several years ago, where patients with acute immune TTP were randomly assigned to receive either prednisone or a different immunosuppressive agent called cyclosporin, or CSA. And what you can see here is the ADAMTS13 activity on the y-axis. If we look at the pre-treatment levels, just as you would expect, the patients presented with severely reduced ADAMTS13 activity. But those treated with prednisone, shown by the blue curve, had a very nice recovery in ADAMTS13 activity, while as those treated with cyclosporin had no recovery. Why is that? Well, presumably the steroids are working by blocking formation of the autoantibodies against ADAMTS13, leading to ADAMTS13 recovery and clinical improvement. But of course, if you've ever taken corticosteroids, you know that you can't stay on them long term. They have awful side effects: weight gain, acne, they play with your mind, they cause insomnia, irritability. One of the jokes that I like to share with my patients is this memo: the good news is prednisone will help to pull you out of this flare. The bad news is your family might want to take an impromptu trip without you for the next 6 months. So we clearly need to find an immunosuppressive strategy that minimizes the use of steroids. And there the mainstay is rituximab. Rituximab is a drug that works by depleting an immune cell called B lymphocytes. B lymphocytes normally give rise to antibodies, and so by depleting B lymphocytes, we can turn off production of those antibodies against ADAMTS13. This is a forest plot from clinical studies that shows that treatment with rituximab reduces the risk of relapse after a first episode of immune TTP. But what we recently found is that rituximab does not work equally in different groups. Let me first draw your attention to the left side of this figure. These are white patients who had immune TTP and were treated with either steroids, shown in blue, or with rituximab, shown in red. And on the y-axis, we have the relapse-free survival. What you can see is that individuals treated with rituximab, shown in red, had superior relapse-free survival. They were protected from relapse compared to those who were treated with corticosteroids like prednisone alone. But now look on the right side of the figure at blacks with immune TTP. And what you'll notice is that there's essentially no difference in relapse-free survival in those treated just with steroids versus those who were also treated with rituximab. We don't understand the biology, the mechanism, the reason why rituximab works better in whites than blacks, but this is a critical research question going forward. And it underscores the need for new treatments for this disease. This is a table that summarizes 2 new rescue therapies and 2 immunosuppressive agents that are currently under investigation for immune TTP. The first rescue therapy is caplacizumab. The FDA has already approved caplacizumab, as I showed you, for treatment of acute episodes of immune TTP in combination with plasma exchange. But in this phase 3 study, caplacizumab is being investigated as a potential replacement for plasma exchange. Another new treatment for TTP is recombinant ADAMTS13, where ADAMTS13 protein is made in the laboratory and then can be infused into patients. This drug was recently approved by the FDA for treatment of a related disease called congenital TTP, and it is currently being investigated in a phase 2b trial as a supplement or replacement for plasma exchange. There are also several new immunosuppressive strategies being tested, including bortezomib and daratumumab. These are 2 different drugs that inhibit an immune cell called plasma cells. These drugs are currently approved by the FDA for other indications, such as treatment of multiple myeloma, and they are being studied for the treatment of immune TTP. There are several important challenges to developing new treatments in this space. First, immune TTP is very rare. The incidence is about 2 cases per million per year, meaning you need to enroll patients from many, many centers over a number of years to recruit a meaningful number of subjects to a study. In addition, patients who present with iTTP present as a medical emergency. This is an acute life-threatening disease, and in the setting of a medical emergency, it can be difficult for both providers, patients, and families to think about participating in a clinical trial. And finally, as I showed you with the rituximab data, it's critically important that we consider diversity and equity in the design and enrollment of our clinical trials. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. It's been a real pleasure to speak with this community. I look forward to the discussion later in the day, and I now turn it back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Suker, for that wonderful landscape overview of current treatments as well as the research pipeline for iTTP. So now we're going to shift gears to our second topic of the day, which is understanding your experiences as people living with iTTP with current treatments as well as your perspectives about future ones. So now you'll see the different questions that we plan to explore throughout our afternoon session. And you'll see the first thing we want to know is what are those things that either you are currently or even those that you've done in the past? What are you doing to manage you and your loved one's iTTP symptoms? And so when we talk about different things you might do to manage iTTP, we of course are talking about both the acute episodes as well as chronic management. We're of course talking about medications and medical treatments like plasmapheresis, but also the wider range of things that you might do to treat the individual symptoms, or even more holistic approaches to treatment, or lifestyle modifications even. Really anything that a person with iTTP would do to try to make living life with this condition a little easier counts when we're talking about treatments in this afternoon's discussion. So we want to know what those things are that you've used in the past or currently. We want to get your assessment. How well do these things treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of the condition? In addition to getting your assessment of what works and maybe what doesn't work as well, we want to know what are the most significant downsides of those current treatments and how did those downsides affect life, whether that might be side effects of a product, whether that's the burden of keeping up with it or the way that it's administered, anything that you would characterize as a trade-off or a downside, we want to hear about those as well. Once we've had some time to explore those currently available treatments, we're going to end our discussion focused on the future. And what we're going to ask is to think about, short of a complete cure for iTTP, what specific things would you be looking for in an ideal future treatment? Or another way to think about this is, what factors would be important to you in deciding in whether to participate in a new research trial for a drug? You know, what information would you need to know? What considerations would be important? So to get us started on this topic, it's my pleasure to introduce our second panel of the day. We have Jimmy, Anise, Kanisha, Jennifer, and Amanda. So Jimmy, take it away.
Hello, I am Jimmy Morris Jr. from Prattville, Alabama. I am here to tell you my journey of living beyond thrombotic thrombocytopenia purpura. While I was a student at Alabama State University at the age of 19, a sophomore at that in the summer of 2004, I was diagnosed with this deadly disease. I did not know that I had this disease. I thought I was a normal person, thought that the headaches that I was experiencing were just sinuses, allergic reactions, but they were much more than that. I would experience these throughout the night, throughout the day. I would go in Walmart and forget why I would go into Walmart, forget where my keys would be. They would be in my pocket or in my hand. Get to a red light, stop, fall asleep, not knowing why I would fall asleep. And while I was sitting in class this particular day in June of 2004, I started having sharp stomach pains. And then I had to use the restroom and my urine was burnt orange. I called my parents and told my parents what was going on. They immediately told me to come home and get some rest. The next morning, I woke up to having blood clots in the sides of my jaws. We called my family physician. We got there, he took my labs. He told my family that my labs mimics his daughter who had leukemia, but he did not want to say that I was a cancer patient or had leukemia, and that he was calling his daughter's hematologist at the Montgomery Cancer Center to see me. We got to the Montgomery Cancer Center. Dr. Davidson was not there at the time. He was on vacation, so we saw his partner. And his partner told me that I had ITP, gave me 100 milligrams of steroids, and told me that I would be fine. My family and I took a vacation to my dad's family reunion that year in Detroit. On the way up to Detroit, I started hallucinating, not knowing who I was, not knowing who my family was, but we continued on the journey to Detroit, thinking that I would get better. While we was in Detroit, we did not know that Dr. Davidson had left a message on my family's voicemail to let them know that I needed to go to the nearest hospital, that I indeed had TTP and needed to get treatment immediately. We came all the way back from Detroit, drove back home, went to the cancer center to get the update of what I needed to have done. While sitting there waiting on the doctor to give an update, I started having a small stroke, TIA, on my left side while my mother was sitting there talking to me. As we was getting orders to be transported to UAB for emergency treatment, I collapsed. I woke up 3 days later not knowing where I was. I had been in UAB hospital for 3 days, receiving plasma exchanges. I ended up staying in UAB hospital for about 45 days, receiving rounds of plasmapheresis and chemo infusion. After being released from the hospital, I was fine for a few years, and then I started having a little small relapse. Those relapses led to me having back-to-back relapse in 2011, 2012, 2013, until I had an ultimately major relapse in 2014, which caused me to have to be put into an induced coma to get my body to relax and heal itself. During that time, I had to be put back on steroids, back on the regimen of plasmapheresis, in and out the hospital, receiving treatments, and staying multiple stays in the hospital. During that final stay in 2014, I ended up going on outpatient plasmapheresis until my body adjusted to getting my platelets back up. The journey has not been easy living with thrombotic thrombocytopenia purpura, but the treatments have had major side effects. It has caused weight gain. The treatment has caused just self-esteem issues. The treatments have caused other things, but the journey has not been complete. I am currently on every 12 weeks maintenance infusion of rituximab and every other day steroids usage. Each day presents a different feel from living with the illness itself and the side effects of the medication and treatment itself. Some days I don't feel like getting out of bed. Some nights I stay up late from being on steroids since I was 19 years old. But it gives me great joy to know that I am living beyond this deadly disease called thrombotic thrombocytopenia purpura.
Hello, I am Anise, a 44-year-old iTTP warrior from Knoxville, Tennessee. Beyond being an iTTP warrior, I proudly identify as a Black woman, a health equity advocate, and an activist. Today, I am here as a patient to share my iTTP story, a rare journey defined not only by triumph over pain, but also as a narrative that emphasizes the urgent need for awareness, research, education, less traumatizing and invasive treatments, and a better quality of care and life. In January of 2018, my iTTP journey commenced as I, at the age of 39, began experiencing alarming symptoms: easy bruising, profound fatigue, and persistent headaches. Despite constant visits to the emergency room and specialists, my concerns were dismissed, leading to a frustrating period of uncertainty coinciding with a significant drop in my platelet count. And I was misdiagnosed with ITP, idiopathic thrombocytopenic purpura, treated, and my situation worsened. The turning point came when I was rushed to the hospital on the brink of death. The on-call hematologist recognized ITTP symptoms, prompting immediate plasmapheresis and high doses of steroids to save my life. Rituximab was added later because my TTP was refractory. However, this life-saving moment did not conclude my journey. iTTP has left me with lasting daily impacts, including PTSD, anxiety, depression, chronic fatigue, memory loss, migraines, joint pains, and a bilateral hip replacement. While I'm currently in remission with stable platelet levels in a normal Adams TS13 range, my ongoing battle persists with headaches, cognitive issues, abdominal pain, and occasional bruising, despite the stability in labs. The frustrating reality lies in the struggle of doctors to explain or effectively treat these persistent symptoms. Referrals to different specialists often result in hesitation of treatment due to the unfamiliarity with iTTP, allowing my quality of life to deteriorate. For example, my neurologist prescribed migraine medication, Ubrevely and Amovic, which unfortunately proved ineffective and resulted in side effects, and we discontinued it. It was discontinued, but there was no trigger of my iTTP at all, which was a concern. But it was discontinued, and we're still trying to figure out effective migraine treatments. A concern for me is the lack of research and effective treatments for iTTP symptoms. iTTP is predominantly managed as a hospital condition, and I'm in remission right now, and my hematologist monitors my platelets in Adams TS13 every 3 months. If my Adams TS13 goes to a certain percentage level, treatments are involved, which are around 4 rituximab infusions or 1 dose of rituximab every 8 weeks to raise my Adams levels back up and prevent them from further decline. Unfortunately, with these side effects from rituximab, like excessive fatigue, hair loss, and joint pain, and acute kidney failure, this approach does not contribute to a good quality of life. The existing health disparities in the U.S. healthcare system are widely acknowledged, and ITTP is no exception. Notably, women of African American descent are 7 times more likely to develop ITTP than other demographics. By collaborating with the Wynn Foundation and through social media outreach, I connected with numerous women who, much like me, share both my complexion and struggle. Together, we have faced common challenges, including dismissive attitudes from doctors, a dearth of information about the disease, limited treatment beyond the initial ITTP crisis, and recurrence of the illness. My hope is anchored in the prospect of rebuilding the trust among the FDA, healthcare providers, pharmaceutical companies, and nonprofit organizations, and the Black community in matters of health. There is an urgent need for more research, particularly clinical trials for BIPOC ITT patients, enhanced provider education, improving access to care, and prioritizing of treatments. Throughout my journey from one specialist to another, I encountered the reluctance in prescribing medications due to uncertainties of the effects on individuals with ITTP. This hesitancy resulting in my prolonged suffering and diminished quality of life. I aspire to see an increase in clinical trials for ITTP patients, exploring drugs that effectively tackle daily symptoms and migraine, such as migraines and cognitive issues. In summary, my rare journey with ITTP has been filled with challenges marked by both pain and resilience. Today, I sit before you not solely as an advocate, but as a patient navigating the intricate landscape of ITTP. My earnest plea is for enhanced quality of care through less invasive and traumatizing treatments and treatments to address the daily symptoms and side effects associated with ITTP. By choosing to step into my power and purpose, I advocate for awareness and improve quality of life, not only for myself, but for fellow ITTP warriors. For me, ITTP signifies I thrive to prosperity. Let us work together towards bridging the gaps in awareness and treatments for ITTP. Thank you.
My name is Kenesha Love, and I was diagnosed with TTP 8 years ago. When I was first diagnosed with TTP, I was away from my 2nd month at college. It was the scariest thing that I have ever been through. I was sick for about a week and felt like I had the flu. I constantly kept waking up with different symptoms that kept progressing over time. I ended up driving myself to the closest hospital near my college early in the morning. The biggest thing that made me go to the hospital was seeing blood just constantly coming from my gums and red dots all over my body. As soon as I walked into the hospital, the nurses took me back immediately once they evaluated my symptoms. When I first got to the hospital, the doctor stated I had ITP and it was serious. Soon after that, they found out it was actually TTP and had to call Red Cross to start treatments immediately and sent me to intensive care unit. After being in the hospital for a week receiving blood transfusions, I soon had to be transferred to a different hospital that was more equipped to treat me. I ended up staying at the hospital for a month during my first time. When I was transferred, the doctors agreed on blood transfusions for few more weeks, followed by a non-radiation chemo treatment called rituximab for my additional stay to keep my platelet numbers stable and keep going up in the right direction. Each treatment would run for about 7 to 9 hours each time I would receive it. When I first received blood transfusions, the hospital had to call Red Cross in every day and treatments were very long. I hated every moment of it because the plasma felt very cold running through my body and I would have allergic reactions until the doctors decided to run the treatment very slow. When I was transferred to the new hospital, I was very lucky because they had a apheresis center inside the hospital. Even though I would still have allergic reactions, I felt a little bit better because the plasma was now warm. The doctors also came up with a plan to pre-medicate me before the treatments to prepare my body while receiving the plasma treatments. The doctors also came up with the same pre-treatment plan for the rituximab to make it more comfortable for me. I even had to go home with and released from the hospital with a catheter in my neck for 3 weeks so that I can continue my treatments out of the hospital. After receiving rituximab 3 different times in my life, my doctors no longer recommended the treatment for me because of the way my body reacts to it, and did not find it beneficial that I would get sick again after a few months of receiving it. During the time of living with TTP, it has been a journey, adapting to many different treatments because most of them are not as simple as just taking a pill orally. They involve medication through IVs and even catheters put in your neck. Being 20 years old, experiencing all of these things is very traumatizing. When consuming all these different treatments, you never know how your body may react the next time. You're literally sitting and waiting every day to see if the medication is working or if you went through all of that pain for nothing. In the future, I would like everyone, including healthcare professionals and pharmaceutical companies, to think about the effect the medication can have on young people receiving the medication. I worry constantly about what effects the treatments can have on me over the time when receiving multiple times in my life. I have noticed a significant change in my body mentally and physically. For example, I am less active as I used to be before I got sick. I played basketball, ran track, and did dance. At work, I must take breaks often because I cannot sit in front of the computer screen too long. One other form of treatment is given is steroids, and I will say that affected my life the most. Last year, I went blind because when I was in the hospital, the doctor stopped my medication suddenly, and it caused me to get sick and lose my vision. After attending many different doctors, it turned out that I needed emergency brain surgery, and the doctors had to insert a VP shot in my head that went into my stomach. Even though the steroids can make you feel good when you are first on them, they have so many risks, and you have to be careful. That's why I make sure to stay on top of my blood work and keep a close relationship with all of my doctors. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jennifer from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I was diagnosed with TTP in early February 2021. I never had petechia or other signs I've heard described. I was just driving home from the store and suddenly became very tired. So tired that although I was less than a mile from home, I thought I'd fall asleep instantly. I made it to the house, went straight to bed, and woke up in the hospital 6 days later. Once I got home, I slept for 5 days straight, but when I would mumble, "I'm fine," if someone asked me how I was. After speaking with my primary care doctor, my husband called 911 and I was taken to the emergency room at UNC Chapel Hill. I was diagnosed while still in the ER, as they have hematologists familiar with TTP. I received plasma exchanges every day, as well as other medications. I was started on rituximab, but on my second dose, I had a very violent reaction, so that medication was stopped. After 2 weeks, my platelet numbers were up, and I was prepped for discharge. That day, I experienced a stroke, so I didn't leave and was unconscious for several days. I ended up staying in the hospital for 5 weeks altogether. I had 2 strokes, and I was moved in and out of the ICU. My treatment involved completely suppressing my immune system. Unfortunately, I don't remember the details about how this was accomplished. I'm sure it was by medications, but in mid-March, I finally stabilized and my platelets were up so I could go home. I'm sure lots of other things happened at the hospital, but I was in and out of consciousness, so I don't remember much of it. Before I left the hospital, I was told that while I presented as normal, I was not and should not be driving. I didn't feel normal, so I thought others could tell too. But once I was home, I continued on self-administered Caplevi shots for 30 days. This was to reduce the chance of blood clots and help keep the platelet count steady. I went to the outpatient clinic to have blood work done 3 times a week. I had home-based physical therapy for a few months to work on my memory issues, and I was given worksheets and several website activities to complete each day. The brain fog continued. I was extremely tired. I had lost my sense of taste due to one of the medications I received when I was in the hospital. In the summer, large patches of my hair started falling out. My doctor said it was from stress on the body and it would grow back, but I lost a huge amount of hair, like over 50%. My hair is still growing back, although it's a different texture now. It feels thicker. It has a tighter corkscrew curl. It's been over 2 years with no haircut, and it's half as long as it was before. I started driving again in the fall of 2021, about 6 months, maybe a little more after I first went to the hospital. I had to practice in parking lots like teenagers learning to drive. At first, I only drove to doctor's appointments, and I slowly built up to longer drives. I still can't multitask in the car like I used to. There's no change in the music station, talking on the phone while I'm driving. While I felt I was generally improving, I noticed I never felt like I was getting enough sleep. Every time I sat down, I'd fall asleep. I went for a sleep study, and they found I needed a CPAP machine. I was told that the TTP likely reset me, and now I required this machine to sleep. It took some time to catch up on sleep, but I feel way better now. And due to my severe brain fog, I was out of work until late August. I returned on a part-time basis at that point, and in October, I went back full-time. My job involves a lot of personal interaction, so it was really difficult because words just would not come to me, and I would get worn out halfway through the workday. It's been just under 3 years since the onset of my TTP at this point. My abilities are still changing and improving. My sense of taste recently returned, and in just the last few weeks, I was told that I can get blood work drawn just twice a year. And of course, prior to a trip out of town or from feeling unwell. I still feel different than I did before. I don't have as much energy, and my memory is a bit shaky, especially with regarding events in 2021 and 2022. My hopes for a new treatment for TTP would be more information regarding triggering the onset and possible relapses. We're told there's nothing you can do but monitor your blood work. It's very stressful not knowing when or what might trigger an episode. It would also be helpful to have more consistency in treatment among providers. A universally accepted standard course of treatment would be helpful so patients know their doctors are taking the most up-to-date actions. And lastly, I would like to see doctors around the country be familiar with serving TTP patients. The limited geographic options for treatment facilities is really disconcerting. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Amanda. I'm 37 years old, and I was diagnosed with TTP at the age of 30 after the birth of my second child. As a professional, I work in healthcare administration full-time, so I have a unique perspective on my experience as a rare disease patient. I was approximately 4 months postpartum when I was diagnosed with TTP, and my son was 2 years old. I had never heard of TTP, nor was I aware how dangerously critical my prognosis was at the time of diagnosis. Since my diagnosis, one of the hardest things about living with this disease is that without warning or notice, I could experience an episode that completely disrupts my life. While plasma exchange is the first-line treatment, my personal experience with plasma exchange has been extremely challenging. During my initial episode with TTP, I was admitted to the ICU at the University Hospital. I had an emergency procedure to place a catheter in my jugular vein so that I could receive life-saving plasma exchange treatment. Once the ICU physicians initiated the plasma exchange, my body went into anaphylaxis. I was allergic to the treatment that I needed to save my life. Not only was I in critical condition due to my newly diagnosed TTP, but I also needed emergency treatment to combat the anaphylactic shock. I still have flashes of these memories, but I have learned to compartmentalize the trauma. A team of physicians met and confirmed that in order to continue treatment, they needed a specialized type of plasma called octoplas. This is not always readily available in hospitals. Octoplas is a solvent-treated pooled plasma that can minimize severe transfusion-related reactions in patients that are allergic to regular donor plasma. In conjunction with plasma exchange, my treatment for TTP includes high-dose steroids, which I like to call the best worst miracle drug on the planet. High-dose steroids are used to achieve rapid immunosuppression, and while steroids work fantastically well at their job, they also wreak havoc on my body due to short-term and long-term side effects. Side effects I experience include mood changes, difficulty with sleep, excessive hunger and thirst, weight gain, and hair loss. Even now, these symptoms persist in my day-to-day life. I have long-term joint pain and joint damage at 37 years old. I was treated with Rituxan to help achieve remission, but my experience with Rituxan has been filled with medical complications. Not only am I allergic to plasma, but I'm also allergic to the therapy needed to put my TTP in remission. Most patients can receive this drug as an outpatient infusion treatment. However, due to my severe allergies, I require a minimum of 2-day admission to the hospital for treatment. Hospitals and stays include heavy pre-medication, slow infusion drips, interventional IV medication, and close medical supervision. Not to mention that these hospital stays are triggering for my mental health, as I'm a full-time working mom and I have 2 young children at home. During my most recent relapse in the fall of 2022, my hematologist prescribed the medication Cablevy, the first FDA-approved drug designed to treat patients with TTP in combination with plasma exchange and steroids. For patients like me, this seemed like a miracle option, an at-home daily injection without the potential of severe side effects, a win-win scenario. Of course, I opted to try Cablevy after discussion with my hematologist and a training session with the nursing staff. Unfortunately, like many other immunotherapy drugs used to treat my disease, I was one of the few cases reported globally to experience severe site-related reactions and medication intolerance. Over the last 7 years, I've experienced 4 relapses, each presenting their own unique challenges. I've also participated in a number of clinical trials in support of clinical research. However, research is not without its own risk. During one acute episode, I participated in a trial during an inpatient admission. Over the course of the trial, an error was made with the trial drug administration. This error altered the care provided during my admission and caused subsequent adverse medical effects in the following months. To minimize my frequent relapses, I've started a quarterly Rituxan infusion treatment schedule. While this is not an ideal treatment plan for me due to allergic reactions, it remains my best and only treatment option to date. The objective: to reduce relapse frequency with a known medication until new and better options become available to treat my condition. My goal with clinical research is twofold. The first, to help future TTP patients, but the second, and most important, is to help me reach long-term remission. I've had TTP for 7 years, and it is a constant in my life that shows up without warning and wreaks havoc physically and emotionally for myself and my family. My journey with TTP has not been easy, and for me, participating in research is one of the ways that I find meaning on my path of living with an incurable rare disease. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda, and to all of our afternoon panelists for helping us understand the current treatment landscape and for being so honest about the things that you would be looking for from future treatments. So now it's our second opportunity today to expand the discussion to all of you in our audience, our iTTP warriors and their caregivers, again, now to understand your experiences with treatments. If you'd like to share some of your experiences, you can call in. That phone number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can call in now and at any time during this afternoon discussion at 1-703-844-3231. You can also write in with comments. There is that comment box under the live broadcast on the webpage you're following along today, and we'll be reading those out throughout the discussion as well. But to get us, get a sense of the experiences of our audience and get our audience thinking about some of these issues even a little bit more, we're going to first go to some polling questions. So again, for those of you who have joined us, if you weren't here this morning, this is for our iTTP warriors and their caregivers only. You can open up a browser on your phone, open up a new tab on a web browser on your computer, and type in www.pollev.com/ITTP. Again, that's pollev.com/ITTP. You can keep this webpage up throughout the entire afternoon. Each time we go to a new question, that question will pop up and you can fill in the responses. So our first question this afternoon is we want to know what medications or medical treatments have you or your loved one used, either currently or previously, to treat the symptoms associated with iTTP. And you can select all that apply. Of note, this is really focused on medications and medical treatments. We'll have another polling question focused on some of the other management strategies outside of this. So the options here are A, blood transfusions or plasma exchange. B is rituximab. C would be blood thinners. D would be caplacizumab or Kablivi. E is, yes, mouthful. E is statins. F is recombinant Adams TS13. G is blood pressure medication. H is antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications. I are other medications not listed here. Or J, if you or your loved one with iTTP have not used any medications or medical treatments. This is, as a reminder, a question that allows individuals to select more than one response option. So the percentages you're seeing down the right side do not reflect the percentage of people who have said that they've used a particular treatment, but instead reflect the percentage of total responses. So I encourage you to use the bars as kind of a relative ranking in terms of comparing some of these options. So I think what we can see based off of all the responses so far is that blood transfusions and plasma exchange are the top most experienced treatment, followed by rituximab. After that, we see a bit of a drop-off, but we see all of the other medications and medical treatments experienced by a number in our audience. Of note, antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications have been experienced by quite a few, as well as a number of other things that we haven't had listed here. So we want to hear about this range of different treatments and your experiences with them. Of note, also no one is reporting that they have not used any medication or medical treatment. If we go to our second polling question here. So going beyond those medications and medical treatments, here we want to know, what have you or your loved one used to help manage the symptoms of iTTP? And here you can select all that apply. The options are A, dietary supplements like folic acid, B, physical or occupational therapy, C, acupuncture, D, CBD, E, genetic counseling, F, counseling or psychotherapy, G, mindfulness and meditation, or H, some other management strategy, something beyond just a medication or a medical treatment that you or your loved one have used to try to help manage living with iTTP. And then, of course, you can select I if you or your loved one have not used anything to help manage symptoms in life with iTTP. So I'll give everyone a few moments here to go down the list and make your selections.
Wide range. A lot of counsel.
Yep. So as it stands, it looks like the most common management strategy that's outside of medications and treatments that's being used by our audience today is counseling or psychotherapy, followed by physical and occupational therapy, dietary supplements, and mindfulness and meditation. Quite a few other things being noted, and so I encourage you to call in and write in to help us know what those other things are. No one reporting that they've used genetic counseling, and there are some people that are saying that they are not using any kind of management techniques outside of medications and treatments to help with their iTTP symptoms. One last polling question here for you before we jump into our discussion. And so here, we want you to think about all of those things together, all of the things listed on the first polling question and the second. And we want to know how well do all of those things together, that current treatment regimen, treat the most significant symptoms of iTTP for you or your loved one. The options are A, they don't work well at all. B, they help very little. C, somewhat. D, to a great extent. Or E, not applicable because you or your loved one are not using anything. This is one where, as you're making your selection, there's probably certain things that are coming to mind that are helping you inform, why you're picking, for those, about half of you that are saying it helps somewhat. What did it help? Where could it have helped more? Same goes for those that are selecting very little, under 10% of you, or for those who are, under 10% of you that are saying not at all. We want to understand what you've tried and how it hasn't helped at all. And then, of course, those of you who are about 20% of you that are saying it's helped to a great extent. We'd like to know how, what has been successful and, what, if any, is still remaining in terms of what your treatment needs and goals are. And then we have some reporting that the question is not applicable because they are not using anything to treat their iTTP. Okay, so with this we've been thinking about these questions. Let's now kind of understand what's really behind the answers to these questions. If you'd like to call in and weigh in on this topic, you can call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, one more time, that's 1-703-844-3231. But I'd now like to welcome our Zoom panel. We, like this morning, have some of your peers in the iTTP community joining us live today, who will be contributing throughout the discussion as well. So, Elisa, maybe we can start with you. What I'd like to maybe start with is first focus on currently available treatments and management strategies. It can be anything like from those first two polling questions. But what maybe has been the most successful or the most helpful in either treating your iTTP or making life with the condition a little easier?
Hi, my name is Elisa, and I live in Nashville, Tennessee. I was diagnosed at the age of 30 in 2015, so it's been almost 9 full years of dealing with this. As to answer your question, for the most part, frequent testing and monitoring my blood work has been my most successful tool.
Okay.
We have, I've had 3 incidences so far, and the first one was worse. The second one was in the middle, and the most recent one we were able to catch before it was a complete and total flop.
Oh.
So it was a preventative treatment with Rituxan rather than being a reactive treatment where I get, admitted to the hospital for a week or so and go through the entire rigmarole. So staying as preventative as possible has been my biggest thing.
Yeah, no, that's, I love that you started with something that's like not just a classic treatment, but monitoring, because I think that's exactly the kind of thing we want to hear about. And in this case, the monitoring, you clearly seeing the impact that's had on being able to be a little bit more preventative, catch something early, catch these events early. Could you maybe describe a little bit more for us, like compare and contrast, maybe that first most severe, episode versus, I know you mentioned that you didn't have to go through the whole treatment rigmarole, but in terms of how you were feeling, how long it lasted, that kind of thing. What was the difference in those outcomes?
Well, my first incident came about due to 4 main symptoms: headache that would not go away, the bruising, the petechial rash, and extreme tiredness / fatigue. And those all came together. I ended up at the hospital, and 3 days later, I was in a coma. My body just shut down. So that was an extreme reaction treatment. I spent 6 weeks in the hospital trying to get better. 3.5 years later, I have my next incident. My trigger symptom was a migraine. I went and got tested while I was dealing with this migraine, and my Adams was low. That put me in the hospital for a week. This most recent time, I was doing my routine testing, and my Adams was just slowly falling, and it was consistently going down. So when I hit 40, my doctor said, all right, we're just going to do a preventative Rituxan. And so I did the 4 infusions over the next month, and my Adams popped right back up. I've only had one minor dip since then, over the last 2 years, and I popped back up. So I have a feeling that I've about reached the end of my Rituxan usefulness, and I'll be getting another preventative treatment relatively soon. But it's just, you're waiting on tenterhooks to find out when that's going to happen.
Right. So this most recent time, not only no hospitalization, but it sounds like no severe, symptoms that trigger, like the middle time you're talking about. You had at least that migraine or severe headache. That you were able to avoid even that this time around.
Yeah.
And maybe then just to understand, what even this, the monitoring kind of regimen looks like, so it's not based off of when you have symptoms clearly. What how frequently are you being monitored? Just tell us a little bit about that.
So I go in for blood work quarterly. I get the full blood panel done. And every time I walk into the phlebotomy office, I'm like, hey, you can have whatever you can find, because I have teeny tiny roly-poly veins. But I've got one guy, and he's really awesome. So I try and get him every time. But if my plates look low, then I am not excited about it. My plates tend to run in about the 200 to 220 range, which is relatively low, but still within normals.
Sure.
And if my Adams gets below about 95, then it's like, okay, I need to start checking again, because mine don't usually dip. They're either up or they're down.
I see.
So I have a pretty awesome hematologist, and while TTP is not his main function, anytime I feel like I need testing done, I just email him and say, hey, I want testing. And he says, okay, and gives it to me. So it's very nice having that doctor that will work with me on these things, because truly testing is, if my insurance will cover it, who cares?
Right.
Let me have it. And he does. So I'm able to have some large amount of control over my treatment and my course of action.
Sure. That's so great to hear, and thank you for sharing those examples. I mean, it really makes it concrete, to see the kind of before, middle, and after in a way. Leanne, I'd like to bring you into this discussion as well. Things that have maybe been most helpful, most successful to date. What comes to mind?
Okay, I'm Leanne from New Jersey. I got diagnosed in 2013 at the age of 53, which is almost 14 years ago. My first incident, what was it? Everything. Bleeding, blood in the urine, again, stomach pains. But what really sent me to the hospital was that my heart I felt as if I couldn't breathe. And I also had a heart attack when I was 34 years old. So that is what pivoted me to the hospital. If that didn't happen, I may have, died without knowing what was going on. So when I got there, they were able to, for some reason, the doctors on call was a hematologist and some others. So they were able to say they thought it was TTP right away. So I was lucky and I began treatment right away. I spent like 8 or 9 weeks in the hospital, about 6 or 7 weeks in ICU. And when they allowed me, everything went back to normal finally. I did plasmapheresis, Rituxan, steroids, the normal cocktail of stuff.
Okay.
And my numbers were beautiful, went home. And they wanted me to come back the Monday just to do like a routine blood work. I relapsed again. And I had to spend another 6 weeks in the hospital, and then they allowed me to go home. And everything was fine until 2017. I began to feel like, something familiar. This seems kind of familiar again. So I had a hematology appointment, and my hematologist said, I don't think it's TTP again, So I teach, so I was getting ready. She said, well, okay, do the blood work and then go back home, and get ready for class or whatever it is. But I won't be too worried. Lo and behold, getting ready to go to class, because I teach at the university, getting ready to go to class, she calls me and say, find yourself in the emergency right away, otherwise you will die if you don't go. Both numbers were extremely low at that time. From there on, I have had close instances of relapse, but what is good, like Alicia, mine is more like a preventative care. So every 2 weeks, I do blood work, routine blood work. So to monitor my all full blood work of everything. So I have come close to relapsing, but the goal of my doctors are to make me stay out of the hospital whatsoever. So what I usually do, first of all, I was only doing the Rituxan every 4 months or something like that. And then they decided recently to do it every 3 months because it's like a pattern. After 3 months, my numbers begin to really go down. So, and then too, after a while, I begin to feel like some kind of familiarity. So I do look into that. And so far, the Rituxan has worked. But again, because of all this, I had to see counseling. So I also do that too as well. My near last episode, last year, 2023, was kind of rough because then I began to develop kidney problems, gallbladder problems. So I also had to see specialists and to handle that too. But as of now, knock on wood, so far for 24, everything has been stable. Although next month I also have to do Rituxan again as it starts. Yeah.
So on this every 3 month cycle of Rituxan that you have, obviously you said there's like a cycle where you see towards the end, your numbers start to drop before you need to get Rituxan. Do you notice anything in terms of symptoms, worsening in that period of time, or is it mostly just the numbers?
This is strange, but I feel as if my inside starts burning up for some reason. And I'm like, oh, this seems kind of like, at first it was strange, but then it became like a pattern. So for me, that is one of the first things I noticed. And then, of course, tiredness, but I'm always tired. But at this point, it's just extreme tiredness I experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the normal joint pain and all that, it gets worse during that time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Leanne. I'd like to see if maybe with a little wave of a hand, if either Regina or Mina would like to share a treatment success kind of story before we shift gears a little. Yeah, Regina?
Yes, I'm Regina from Chesapeake, Virginia. I was diagnosed with TTP of May of 2005 after I gave birth to my son. I was back and forth in the hospital a lot. I was 30 days, 3 weeks, life support. Rituxan saved my life overnight. I was blessed because I had family, a lot of family to be there for me to also take care of my 3 kids, but I was taken back and forth in the hospital a lot. And finally, after a whole year, I wound up getting Rituxan. I was receiving plasma every day, twice a day. And I have to admit myself to the hospital every weekend for a long time. But for me, the Rituxan, I feel like with God, of course, saved my life.
Yeah.
Rituxan it works for me. And currently, I am now 3 years, this October, I'll be 4 years chemo Rituxan free.
Oh, wow.
I haven't had treatment in 4 years now, but it's scary because I don't know when the next day is going to come where I might relapse again. You know, they got all these statistics, and being an African-American woman is scary.
Right.
And, you know, I just keep praying and keep moving forward every day. That's all you can do.
Yeah. Well, you know, so thank you for sharing about, you know, kind of that success story with Rituxan in that very, you know, critical moment. You know, how, you know, you've now been relapse free for a number of years. You know, how do you feel overall your, you know, your symptoms and even your lab values? You know, how are those holding out? You know, pretty stable. You know, are you fairly symptom free, or what? You know, kind of just maybe give us a little status check on how you're doing today.
I am always tired, always sleepy, very fatigued all the time. My body still aches. You know, I still have joint pains, but I am pretty much, I feel like I call myself, I'm cured, but I know I'm not for real. But in my mind, that's how I think of it, because I don't want to be the person to be afraid. I was afraid to travel. Currently, I just went on a cruise, and I was so scared to go anywhere for a long time. And I went on that cruise. I got that cough while I was out there. And I still ain't got my voice back from it, but I was so scared on that cruise. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna make it back.
Yeah.
It was so scary. I was just like, I was sick for so long when I got back. It makes me sometimes scared to really live life. And, you know, now I decided this year, 2024, I'm gonna live my life. Yeah. And I want to just live life and be happy. I'm tired of being afraid. And if there was a care plan in place for us when we do relapse, that would be great, you know, because one time I went to the hospital, and it was more so, I went to the hospital, I had went out with my friends, I had a great time, and I was like, oh, I feel okay, but I know I had bruises. Well, by the time I got to the hospital, by the time I realized that I was really sick,
yeah,
my platelet count had dropped to 6,000.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Regina, for sharing that. I do see that we've been getting a number of written comments that have been coming in on this topic. So, James, want to make sure we check in and you know, see what you're seeing there.
Absolutely. Samantha from Pennsylvania, she's echoing what you guys are saying. She says, my life has changed over time since this happened. When I was young, she said, I managed my TTP by monitoring my blood work. So there we have another example. And then we have an anonymous person from Canada who says, currently on rituximab and doing yoga to keep my stress level low. I think that's very interesting. There's a person who's talking about doing something other than, you know, medical treatment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, so we talked about a number of things that maybe have been most helpful. We, of course, want to continue to hear those experiences, but let's, you know, kind of add to that discussion here and also bring in maybe experiences with things that haven't been as useful, or whether or not they've helped. Maybe they've come with some important side effects or burdens associated with the treatment regimen. So we're going to go to a polling question to kind of kick us off on this topic. So go ahead and pull out your phone, go to that browser, open up that tab on your browser on your computer, go to www.pollev.com/ITTP. Here we want to know, what are the biggest drawbacks of you or your loved one's current treatment approaches? And we're going to ask you to try to pick the top 3 biggest drawbacks. The options are A, they're not very effective at treating target symptoms. B, not very effective at preventing relapse. C, it only treats some, but not all of the symptoms or symptoms it's intended to treat, or that you experience with iTTP. D, high cost or copay, not covered by insurance. E, a limited availability or accessibility to you. F, side effects. G, the route of administration, meaning the way that it's that you actually take it, whether it's infused versus injected or orally. H, that it requires too much time, effort, and or time commitment. I, some other drawback that's not listed here. Or J, if this is not applicable because you're not using any treatments. So we'll give everyone a few moments. There's probably certain treatments that are coming to mind as you're, making your selections here. So as you think about these and make your selections, we'd love to hear some of those examples of the types of things that, are, offering or resulting in these drawbacks. As it stands, it looks like the top response is side effects. So I think we've heard a little bit, certainly we heard that from some of our panelists. We want to hear that and discuss that a little bit more with all of you. We're seeing that it's not very effective at preventing relapse as another top one, followed with kind of access issues behind that. But really what stands out to me is every single one of these is in a number of people's top 3. So, we want to hear about these experiences, and if you'd like to call in and share your treatment experiences, you can do so by dialing 1-703-844-3231. That's 1-703-844-3231. And I actually see we have a caller that wants to speak to this topic. We have Stella from Tennessee who wants to talk about a treatment that she's experienced that had some important drawbacks or downsides. So Stella, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
I'm Stella from. Hi.
Okay.
I'm Stella from Tennessee. I was just going to talk about the plasmapheresis treatment and how it's very traumatizing to wake up, and not really know what's going on. I was giving 12 hours to live, and the doctor had rushed to put plasmapheresis for me to have plasmapheresis, and the access that I got was an archaic big metal piece put into my leg. And being that I have, I know about accesses and, the hemodialysis and just dialysis accesses, I know that there could have been something less traumatizing put in my leg or put in my central line on top of my neck, in the central vein area, carotid. But basically, it was very traumatizing and very uncomfortable to have that access put in, and then also not understanding what plasmapheresis was, and then just the cleansing of my plasma and my blood outside. Well, cleansing of my plasma and putting the blood outside of my body and putting it back in, it made it it was a lot, as well as the plasma that was given to me, the reactions, the allergy that I had to different plasma, the hives, the delirium that you can get from it, almost dying, the tingling in your mouth, and tingling in your mouth, and just the side effects that go on with that. So I just wanted to just talk about that part and how you get PTSD and not knowing what plasmapheresis is and how it works, and just the treatments and just the options that sometimes get out there for people of color. They might have access to treatment, but treatment options are different. And I just wanted to talk about how, talk about that. So that's pretty much it.
Oh, and Stella, if you don't mind me asking a little bit about your experience, because it sounds, maybe it's an understatement to say unpleasant all around, in terms of, the access, being painful and uncomfortable, kind of the rush and almost lack of it, then because of that lack of information. And then, clearly you had some side effects, from the treatment. So, can you tell us, is this something that you've gone through, multiple times or one time? What led to, you needing plasmapheresis? Just so we can kind of understand your journey that led you to that moment.
What led me to needing plasmapheresis was that my platelet count, when I got rushed to the hospital, I was barely responsive, and my platelet count was at 13%. The doctor recognized that it was TTP, and he basically told my parents that I was going to die in 12 hours if I didn't get the plasmapheresis. And he wanted more testing done, but before the test would come back, I would be dead. So he needs to go ahead and just put the plasmapheresis, put the access in and start plasmapheresis. Right. I was on plasmapheresis for 6 months, I would say. I had 3 different access changes. I had the one in my leg, which they took that out and put it in my neck. And after I got the access in my neck, the catheter in my neck, it was then it got infected because my platelets were so low that it didn't heal around it, and it oozed out blood, and so it got infected. So they had to take that access out and put another access in the other side of my neck for me to have plasmapheresis. I've only had a TTP crisis one time, but the continuation of the plasmapheresis went on for 6 months.
Yeah, quite an extended period. Well, Stella, I really appreciate you calling in. And, while clearly we've heard, how plasmapheresis can be so valuable as a treatment option, it's important to hear those trade-offs and downsides that, really are can be the reality for people experiencing that treatment approach. So again, thank you so much. I'd like to come check in with our Zoom panel here. And Mina, we haven't had a chance to talk to you yet. In terms of current treatment experiences, whether it's something that's helped or maybe hasn't helped, any experiences that you'd like to share with us?
Yes, I am from Canada, west side of Canada. I've had TTP for 30 years. I was first diagnosed in my early 30s. I had 2 young children, so I totally relate to the callers and the panel, that what they've said about what they've faced. Stella, with her experience about the leg first and then the chest, I can relate because I've gone through all that. I've had 4 episodes. The last one was the one that hit. That was the worst one in 2011, where I almost lost my life. I'd given up hope, actually, because chemo wouldn't work, retox wouldn't work. It's like, I should say, they found that my spleen had regrown because it had once been taken out back in the 90s. So they had to do surgery again to remove that spleen that had regrown. So 4 months later, the doctors came up to me and they said, this can save your plasmapheresis can save your life, but it can also, that little machine can also kill you. You're very fortunate until now you haven't got any infections. So I'd say I was blessed at that time, but I did go into depression. I actually researched a doctor on the website, and I came to my physician that was in Calgary and told them, hey, this fellow studies TTP all day, call him, because nothing's working on me. So they called, there was no ego. The nephrologist called one fellow in Oklahoma and one in Ohio, and they told them to put me on another immune suppressant, which worked after a couple of weeks. And I was told by the doctors it was all of the above. They couldn't specify which one. I'm currently being monitored since 2011. Before that, I was not monitored. And I think we could have prevented the 2011 if I was monitored. So I've been monitored every couple of months. My EL-PFDD seems to fluctuate. I could go down to 20, I could be 40. I mean, it's all over. When it starts going downhill is when they decide to treat me with rituximab. So I'm very blessed for the last, since 2011, I've been given rituximab every 18 months.
Okay.
And it's keeping me alive.
Yeah.
And positive attitude, doing yoga, all that kind of stuff, right? Saying that the only problem that I have, which I still have nightmares, and I do have PTSD, I guess. I want to live to see my grandchildren grow, right? And right now, US has access to Catholicism, Caply. And what I'm worried about is, what if Retux stops working and I'm admitted again? What are they going to do?
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, so thank you for kind of sharing that your journey and that experience you had in 2011. Where you were both mentally, and then of course, obviously the kind of direct manifestation of the disease reared its head there. So now that you've kind of been on this every 18-month treatment cycle. Obviously you said that you still, deal with, kind of some of the mental health aspects of coping. Is that at all related to, the kind of physical symptoms that you might be feeling? Is it really just, or is it more worrying and concerned about a relapse?
Yes.
Maybe can you describe that?
Yeah, worried about relapse. A lot of things like memory issues, right? And I know there's been some studies done that's for real. We're not just faking it.
Yeah.
So our spouses know that's for real. So yeah, memory issues. A lot of times I'm afraid to go out in the public because of rituximab, right? So it stops my husband from going places with me, right? So I've accepted that life. I mean, I think my family has too.
Right.
So yeah, it does affect you, and I know it's not going away. That's the thing, right? You have it forever. So yeah, and I'm glad that you're doing what you're doing to bring awareness to people around us, like the FDA or the pharmaceutical companies. They're listening to us, so they can help us.
That's right. Well, all we're doing is giving you all the platform. You're the ones doing all of the work here. So thank you, Mina. My other three panelists on this kind of topic of treatment downsides, maybe things that haven't been as helpful. Would any of you like to share anything that kind of falls into that category? Just give me a little wave of a hand. Yeah, Elisa.
I found that while Rituxan works wonders for me, I don't require any of the other drugs like Keblivi or whatever else is on the market. Saline and I are not friends. So I have found that if I have the Rituxan administered in a drip bag with D50 or sugar water, the dextrose water, instead of saline, that helps me drastically through the actual infusion process. Saline gives me like this dragon breath thing, and I can't stand it. So I think that letting people know that they can have the medicine given to them in slightly different manners is very helpful. I've also had the shot. I think it's about 150 ml shot they give you in your abdomen. And that was my favorite version of getting the meds, but unfortunately insurance won't cover that, and it's about 50 grand a pop. So I had to fight the hospital really hard to get that one written off.
Yeah. Well, sorry for me maybe being naive, but when you're describing that difference, and I think you called it dragon breath, I mean, it's obviously these things are important. You want treatments to be tolerable, and something that can make a difference is important. But can you just help me understand what how it made was a better experience?
So the saline, like obviously I can take saline. It's a natural thing that your body has,
Yes.
but I just don't react to it well with the way that it makes me feel. With that dragon breath, you're constantly tasting it, and it's just it's like it comes through the pores of my throat, and it's awful.
Yeah.
So and it causes sinus drainage, which gives you nausea while you're trying to deal with it. And when you're strapped to a pole, you can't exactly get up and go puke. So when I get the D50, the dextrose, it doesn't do that to me. So yes, I'm still strapped to a pole for 4 hours, but I don't feel it coming in. So it makes it a much easier thing to sit through.
Okay, that helps me understand a lot, and yeah, I mean the some of that experience does not sound at all pleasant, and while I'm sure you were pushing yourself through it, I'm glad that there is something that you found that makes it a little bit easier to deal with. Yeah, Mina, do you want to add something?
So with my detox treatments, I've said no to steroids because it causes vision issues. I get central serous retinopathy with steroids. So I've actually told the doctor, don't give it to me, I'm okay, and nothing really happens. To me, while I'm having rituximab, so I think patients need to know about their bodies and voice their feelings and say, even though the doctor knows a lot, don't get me wrong, but your body, what you're going through, and so to speak up when situations like this come up.
And was that something that it sounds like you would have had to experience that firsthand, with some past experience. Can you just describe that?
So every time with my admissions, they would give me prednisone and then the plasmapheresis.
Right.
So what was happening with prednisone is, like I said, it was my vision would be lost. So the 2011, that's when they decided to try the chemo on me instead of the prednisone. But during plasma exchange, some of us don't have a don't have a choice. We do have to be on steroids because we react with the other person's antibodies. It's what's happening. So we get hives inside and outside. So you could lose your life that way.
Right.
So you're forced to get steroids. And so, of course, with my reaction, I found out that, hey, I got to avoid them as much as possible. So with my outpatient appointments every 18 months, I tried without steroids first and said, hey, try the retux on me. See if I do react, then go ahead and put the steroids in me.
Right. Wow. Thank you, Mina. So I see we have a phone caller who's actually calling currently. It sounds like she's actually currently in the hospital. We have Linda from Florida who wants to share some of her treatment experience. So Linda, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hi, I'm with you.
Hi. So what treatment or treatments would you like to share your experience with?
I came into the hospital on the 18th of January. It's the second episode in January 2024. I'm still here, and the hematologist had me do 7 plasmapheresis treatments and also at the same time Velcade, which is a chemotherapy drug that I've had before with some success.
Wow. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. The platelets are coming up really slow. I started out at 6 and I'm at 64. So I can't go home yet because that's too low. Wow. They also have me started on Cablevy today. So I'm going to go home hopefully on Monday with continued Velcade treatments and Cablevy. And last year I did the same thing in the spring, April and May, and went into remission last year for 6 months.
Wow. And you said that this was the second episode just this month to start off 2024.
Yes.
Was this one more severe than the one earlier this month? Can you just tell us about that?
No, the first one was more severe on the 4th of January. After I had a COVID-19 booster shot. I had a severe reaction, and I was hospitalized with my platelets at 5,000.
Yeah.
And my atoms -2.
My goodness.
That was more severe.
Yeah. But you were able to get treatment, get home, but you just had a very quick relapse.
Yeah, I stayed in the hospital for 5 plasmapheresis and went home and was back in the hospital on the 18th, just a few days later.
Is the thinking that this is still actually related to that kind of first episode, and it just kind of didn't fully kind of get resolved, or any idea?
That's what the hematologist suspects, but they have no way of knowing that.
Sure.
He did research on 20 other TTP patients that had either COVID or a COVID booster shot, and they all had relapses.
Right. Wow.
But that's 20 out of millions.
Sure.
So it's a very small research project.
Yeah. Well, Linda, I mean, we've been hearing a lot about, the relapses in treatment that people have gotten in the past. It's incredible to actually hear from you as you're going through it in real time and, navigating the ups and downs of it. So I really appreciate you taking the time not only to follow along today, but to pick up the phone and give us a glimpse of what that's like, right in the middle of it as you're going through it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, listening to the other people in their experiences, I've been very lucky not to have organ failure or anything like that.
Yeah, wow. Well, thank you so much, Linda. I do see we also have a number of written comments that have come in on this topic. So, James, what are we seeing?
So we have Jeanette from New Mexico. She says, I struggle with treatment due to the provider's availability. I don't feel they know how to properly treat me, how to troubleshoot issues, signs, or to watch out for. She says she feels there are negative effects to the Rituxan, and she feels like she's being led to be blind.
Wow.
Yeah. Then we have an anonymous person here who says to minimize immune system is her biggest problem, and that she's afraid to get sick with anything, sort of like what our caller just said, because she doesn't know if it will lead to a relapse.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for everyone who has been writing in. Again, we're going to keep trying to share these throughout the program as they come in, and those that we haven't been able to get to and read, just know that we will have those and incorporate those into that Voice of the Patient summary report. So with our remaining time, I want to make sure that we get to the final topic, which is a really important one, which is your thoughts and your preferences for future treatments, given what you've just told us in terms of what you have available to you today, but where really you still need additional help and what that would look like for you specifically, as a person living with iTTP or a caregiver, what would actually matter or make a difference to you? So we're going to go to our final polling question of the day. So one last time, please go to that website on your phone or on your computer, pollev.com/ITTP. That's POLLEV.com/ITTP. And here, this last question is right along these lines. Short of a complete cure, something that we all want for iTTP, but knowing that there might be things that come along the line before we can get to that cure, we want to know what top 3 specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for your or your loved one's condition. And please select up to the top 3 specific things that you would most be looking for. The options are A, prevent strokes or bleeds, B, eliminate the need for transfusions, C, prevent the disease's progression or worsening from where it is today, D, prevent blood clots, E, help with fatigue, F, reduce pain, G, restore memory, H, reduce brain fog, I, relieve depression or anxiety, or J, something else that some other specific thing that you would be looking for in an ideal future treatment for iTTP that is short of that complete cure. So we'll give you a few moments to think about this. This might be the hardest question of the day, to narrow this down to just 3 things. But think about what's informing your thinking around this. And what we're going to do is ask you, of course, to share and explain. As it stands, it looks like the top response option is prevent disease progression and worsening. So I want to kind of slow or stop the worsening from where you are now. After that, we see preventing strokes or bleeds. That's kind of the number 2. And then after that, we kind of see a clustering of things, eliminating the need for transfusions, helping with the fatigue, the brain fog, relieving depression and anxiety. But like many of the things today, every single one of the options here is in somebody's top 3. So, these things are important enough for people to prioritize as the top things that they're looking for. So if you would like to call in and share your preferences for future treatments, this will be your last chance of the day to have your voice heard. You can do so by dialing in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, 1-703-844-3231. And of course, you can also write in using that comment box under the live web stream on the webpage today. But I'd like to go to our panel one last time here and get your views on this very important topic. Maybe we'll just go around the horn here, starting with Elisa. As you're thinking about short of that complete cure, what would be important for you in a next future therapy?
Unfortunately for this particular topic, I'm like an ideal case in how I respond to my treatments, which is great for me, but my biggest problem is dealing with the insurance company and getting everything approved in a timely fashion. Like if my doctor says I need to start treatment on Friday and it's Tuesday, I need this done now. I don't need to, fool around with the insurance company, then the pharmacy, making sure I get it in the format I want, etc. So using a drug like Rituxan for an off-label use, like we are for TTP, that is very frustrating.
Yeah, no, I can't even imagine, trying to navigate those issues, but appreciate also, kind of embedded in that is this idea of time. Time matters, and so, that kind of is like a little bit of a underlying message that I'm hearing in addition to the more direct run around, access and coverage. Leanne, how about you? What is kind of top of your wish list from a future treatment?
Anything that it can do to prevent the disease from progressing. To me, that's, so if they could prevent the disease from progressing, that means will be less blood clots, less visits to the hospital, less infusions and all that. I wish there was like a magic pill that we can take to cure, to help us out. Plus, no steroids. I can't stand. It's we need it, but it has such a negative impact, at least on my body. So that would be nice not to have.
Sure.
So.
And just to circle back very quickly on the idea of helping with the progression, is there something specifically in mind? Are you worried about more frequent relapse, certain things getting symptoms getting worse? Just can you describe that to me a little bit?
Well, TTP is so unpredictable. So you really don't know. So I can't say it's one thing or the other. That's what it will just go away. But it's here forever. But in terms, I do my blood work every 2 weeks. So that is good. So I'm being monitored. So that's a good thing. And I really kind of think of anything as, from my treatment, from what I'm receiving. My insurance company usually approves my treatment. My hematology nurse if I need treatment, it will get approval, for the year or whatever it is. So I don't have, thank God, I don't have that problem. And it's just, how should I say? I don't want to call it inconvenience, but, it's having to go to the hospital, do the Rituxan, then somebody's going to say, oh, and sometimes I also wanted to, another side effect too, I also wanted to talk about. I don't know if anybody experienced it, fibromyalgia.
Yeah.
I developed fibromyalgia after getting TTP. And I'm also in a support group, and apparently quite a few people too have developed fibromyalgia. So I just thought that was something I didn't want to forget to mention.
No, thank you for adding that in, but also thank you for giving us some ideas of all of these things are important. It's not what you said. Inconvenience. It is so much more than just inconvenience, but also avoiding side effects of things like steroids, and also kind of your treatment goals for what benefit would look like. All of that has been so helpful, Leanne. Regina, going around here. What stands out as a treatment goal that you have?
A treatment goal for me currently right now, I would have to say, is I'm having a hard time finding a doctor. My doctor just currently retired, and I've been seeing lots of new doctors, and they don't know a lot about TTP. And I tried to go to Johns Hopkins. My insurance was denied. So right now, I'm just getting lab work done every 3 months to keep a count to make sure that I don't, because I still, even though I haven't had a relapse, I still get my blood work checked every 3 months. But like right now, without having a doctor, it's scary because insurance don't cover, every insurance don't cover. And for me, that's been the most difficult for me is having the insurance to cover my needs when I do have an episode. And I would say memory loss, memory, brain fog.
Right.
Because I could be going somewhere and be like, where I was supposed to be going at? What was I, did I come to the store to get? So, I wish they had a magic pill for that.
No, that's again, very, very important to hear. On that, I mean, is there like, a certain thing like, that like what you kind of talked about, you kind of forgetting where you were going, but like in all reality, is something that would help with kind of that short-term memory? Is that what you're saying would be helpful?
Yes, if we had something that would help us with the short-term memory, because I feel like that's seen in everyone. And for a long time, I thought I was all by myself.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. For our panel here, let's round it out. Let's, Mina, what is your top treatment goal that you'd like to see in a future therapy?
I would like to see Canada approve caplacizumab, Caplivi, because from what I understand, and I feel the U.S. is very fortunate, but then not everybody in the U.S. is fortunate because of the insurance plan. But Capli reduces your episodes, reduces plasma exchange. You are discharged earlier, and I know that group is working really hard at hopefully one day we won't need transfusions.
Right.
The issue with me currently is rituximab works, but if Ritux stops working and I get admitted, if Ritux stops working and I do get admitted, that's my dilemma. So I'm saying for me, I would love to have more drugs available for us. Right. I know there's another one coming in the pipe, recombinant ADAMTS13, and I've got my fingers crossed that that's going to be another drug for us.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mina.
That answered your question.
Very, very helpful to hear. And yes, absolutely, people in different countries, have different things available to them. And so important to hear your perspective of what's important and like you said, why.
Yeah. And I just want to say that the doctors that I've had in Canada have been super duper. Like they're on it. And I'm here because of them and the health staff. I just want to thank them for that. And it's work in progress. Right?
Absolutely. Well, thank you all, and thank you to our whole Zoom panel here for all of your input throughout the entire session. We're going to get in some other comments that we've had come through, but before I lost the opportunity, I wanted to at least thank you all first for everything. So I know we've been getting a number of written comments in. So James, what are we seeing?
Yep. So we have Sandria in Alabama. She says, I've been getting plasma treatments going on 6 years. My labs are tested, and my Atom TS13 activity is always low. She says, the doctor states my body doesn't produce plasma, so I get it through the IV. I wish there was a daily pill, we've heard that, that she could take instead of having the IV infusion. And then there's Cassie from Chicago. And Cassie says, as the sister of a TTP warrior, it is my hope that priority is given to finding a cure or, at very least, a sustainable treatment for those suffering with the physical, mental, and emotional anguish of this traumatizing and unpredictable disease.
Yeah. Really incredible input, and just want to thank everybody for all of those comments that we've had. I just want to confirm, I think we may have had a phone caller, not sure if that person dropped off or not. So just want to check, do we have Amanda, it looks like from, oh no, sorry, Jimmy, ready to come through here. Sorry about that. Jimmy, welcome to the program. Are you with us? No, it is Amanda. My apologies. Amanda, welcome to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to mention, I know that you were talking about, what are TTP patients looking for in terms of a long-term treatment. And yes. I think one of the things I'd like to see is minimizing long-term disease progression. I know earlier in the program we talked about one of the things that patients experience is fear of premature dying. And I think that's something I can certainly say that I've experienced myself.
Okay.
After 4 relapses and issues with blood clots in, all of my major organs, I just have concerns about what does this look like for me. I'm 37 years old, and I have 2 children. I hope to have a long, full life. Yeah. So my big ask and something I look for is continued opportunities for patients with TTP to be able to have research opportunities. Funding for research is so extremely important. We need better treatment options, and we need to be able to access the treatment across all spaces in the U.S. And across the globe. Thanks so much.
Yeah, well, Amanda, before I let you go, you said one thing that I kind of want to clarify, if you don't mind. What you said the long-term outcomes are really important, and I just want to know, what did you have in mind when you were saying that?
Yeah, so when I think about long-term outcomes, I think about living a full life. Yeah. I think about being able to function as a person who can go to work and participate in activities with your family and do it in a full way where you're not feeling like you have to proactively manage all of your symptoms at all times and have this fear or worry about your disease consistently relapsing. And I think it's really difficult for TTP patients to do that right now because there is this constant fear of relapse, as there isn't necessarily a good standard or long-term treatment available to patients to date.
Right. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, and thank you for taking a moment to clarify that. And I think that it is a very beautiful and nice, really recap of so much of what we've heard, but kind of put together in a way that makes a lot of sense. So, Amanda, thank you for all of your input today, and for calling in here to give input on this final question. At this point, we're going to conclude. out of time for patient input, and we're going to conclude our session here. Now that we've covered so much from understanding the lived experience with this condition in the morning to understanding treatment experiences in the afternoon, and so importantly, ending just now, understanding what you view as most important from future treatments. As your meeting moderator, I just want to thank you so much to every single one of you who made your voice heard, no matter what way you did it, whether you were one of the panelists, whether you called in or wrote in. Hearing what you are personally going through or have gone through in the past, we couldn't have understood, this disease or the unmet needs that exist without that. And, as the person who was asking you to share very personal, experiences that you and your family members have gone through, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. So I appreciate each and every one of you. So with that, we're going to move to the closing out of the meeting first with some summary remarks. It'd be impossible to summarize this entire day, especially on the fly, but we're in great hands with my friend and colleague, Larry Bauer. Larry is the perfect person to give us a quick recap here. He spent 17 years in clinical research at the NIH. He spent 10 years after co-founding the Rare Diseases Program as a regulatory scientist working on rare disease issues at the FDA, and has been an integral member of helping plan this meeting. So without further ado, take it away, Larry.
Yes, thank you so much, James. It's been an incredible day. I will do my best to try to summarize the many different things that we heard today. And I apologize in advance for any important points that any of you made that I will not be able to include in my summary. So the meeting today, it was opened by James Wynn, who's the president and co-founder of the Wynn Foundation and brother to his sister Ree, who died from iTTP. This was followed by a presentation from Dr. Tanya Wroblewski, who's the Deputy Director of the FDA's Division of Non-Malignant Hematology in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Dr. Wroblewski shared that PFDD meetings are valuable to the FDA to learn from the expert patients and caregivers of people living with iTTP to help facilitate treatment development, design clinical trials, and review new drugs for iTTP. After this, a clinical overview was presented by Dr. Long Zhen, who is an iTTP specialist and expert from the University of Kansas Medical Center. He shared with us that iTTP is a systemic and potentially fatal disorder. The body develops autoantibodies against ADAM-TS13, which leads to abnormal clotting and the development of emboli. It affects blood clotting and can cause deep vein thrombosis, heart injury, including congestive heart failure and cardiac arrest, headache, stroke, seizures, acute kidney injury, bowel problems, and pancreatic problems. Immune TTP is more common than the hereditary TTP, and the iTTP counts for about 95% of all TTP cases. iTTP is a rare genetic disease disproportionately affecting African Americans, women, and people with other autoimmune disorders. So we shifted gears then, and we moved to a panel of five people that talked about their journey with iTTP. Our first speaker in the morning was Berenice, who shared that she was rushed to the hospital with bruising, paleness, petechiae, and bleeding. She spent 21 days in the hospital, mostly in the ICU, and came close to losing her life. She still does not feel normal with cognitive difficulties and insomnia, and she worries about relapsing. Next, we heard from Joanna, who has survived 4 episodes of iTTP since 2005. She experiences numbness in her lips, red spots, and tingling in her fingers, as well as feeling dizzy and lightheaded. In 2014, she had a complicated pregnancy and needed to be hospitalized at the end of the pregnancy. She had an emergency C-section at 30 weeks, and with medical intervention, both she and the premature baby survived. Then we heard from Linda, who's 80 years old and was just diagnosed a year ago after an episode of acute onset expressive aphasia. She was hospitalized for 10 days. During a second episode, she developed a fever and became purple with bruising all over her body. She continues to feel tired every day and struggles with memory issues and speech impediments, and is fearful of traveling any distance too far away from a hospital. Next, we heard from Beth, who's 40 and in 2022 had headaches and vision flashes accompanied by an extreme period. She developed gibberish speech and facial numbness and went to the ER. Post-episode, she had anxiety, high blood pressure, exhaustion, forgetfulness, and weakness. She continues to feel anxious and experiences fatigue and brain fog. She and her husband are both very vigilant for the development of any new symptoms. And lastly, in the morning, we heard from Wanda, who's the mom to her daughter, Kanisha, who developed iTTP while in college. Kanisha developed bleeding in her mouth and petechiae and was admitted to the ICU in the hospital. Her family constantly worries about Kanisha having a relapse. They become acutely aware of when Kanisha is beginning to have symptoms and needs blood work to assess what's happening. Kanisha may need to make a career change to a profession that doesn't have physical challenges that could trigger bruising or bleeding. She plans to marry soon and worries about a future pregnancy. So overall in the morning, we heard that iTTP is a chronic illness with broad life impacts. It's a multi-system disease, and the consequences of the development of emboli is the most life-threatening aspect of iTTP. People also described the effects of headaches, brain fog, fatigue, and speech difficulties. Anxiety about having a relapse in the future was also very common, as was post-traumatic stress disorder. After our lunch break, we shifted gears in the afternoon to talk more about perspectives on treatments for iTTP. We started off with a treatment overview provided by Dr. Adam Suker, who is an iTTP expert and clinical director of the Penn Blood Disorders Center at Penn Medicine, University of Pennsylvania. He said the typical rescue therapy is plasma exchange to replenish Adam TS13. They also use caplacizumab, which blocks platelets from binding, and steroids are used but have many side effects, as we heard from many of the people that followed. And rituximab is also used, and several therapies are being developed. Then we also had a panel of 5 people in the afternoon. Jimmy was healthy until his iTTP diagnosis. He was initially given steroids, but eventually had numerous relapses. His kidneys became involved and he additionally needed dialysis. Treatments have had major side effects like self-esteem issues, weight gain, and he still uses steroids and rituximab. Next, we heard from a niece who's 44 and developed iTTP at age 39. She was critically ill and needed plasmapheresis, high-dose steroids, and rituximab. Even with treatment, she still has headaches, PTSD, chronic fatigue, memory loss, joint pains, and she's had to have a bilateral hip replacement. She says that rituximab helped, but it has many side effects. Next, we heard from Kanisha, who was hospitalized in the ICU for a month with her first episode. She developed allergic reactions to the plasma exchanges, so they had to administer them very slowly. She had a neck catheter for the ongoing treatments, as did many people. She was tried on rituximab, but it had to be discontinued due to the side effects it developed. She wishes that there were treatments that did not have to be given by IVs and catheters. Steroids have been challenging, and she stopped them too quickly once and developed temporary blindness and eventually needed brain surgery and a shunt. Next, we heard from Jennifer, who had an acute onset and daily received plasma exchanges. She eventually had several strokes and needed complete immune suppression. She learned to give herself Kablivi injections and needed outpatient blood work regularly. She lost her sense of taste from one of the medications and had severe hair loss. She's needed to use a CPAP machine at night to help her sleep due to having iTTP. And lastly, in the afternoon, we heard from Amanda, who's 37 and was diagnosed after the birth of her second child. She was treated with plasma exchange, but developed anaphylactic shock and reaction. She had to be switched to a type of plasma that minimizes severe transfusion reactions. She also was given steroids and had side effects of mood changes, sleep difficulty, weight gain, and hair loss. Having to receive care in hospitals makes her role as being a mom very challenging. So overall in the afternoon, we heard about the tremendous unmet medical need that still exists in the iTTP community with few FDA-approved products and many side effects with the available treatments. The thromboembolic events require emergency intervention with plasma exchange and other treatments. And many patients, they expressed their willingness to participate in research if they thought that it could advance the future of treatment for people with iTTP. So with that, thank you so much. And now to close the meeting, let's go back to James in the studio.
Thank you for that thoughtful summary, Larry. This has been an incredible day and helped us all better understand iTTP, the impact on our patients and their loved ones, and the need for treatments for this debilitating disorder. Thank you to the FDA staff who tuned in today, and thank you to Will Llewellyn, Ethan Gabor, Karen Jackler, and Lena Merzog from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff who guided us through this process over many, many months of planning. Thanks also to Larry Bauer and James Valentine, to my left, from Hyman, Phelps, and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting has been invaluable. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for the production, planning, and all the behind-the-scenes works they have done today. A big thanks, of course, to the Wynn Foundation board members and volunteers who have given many hours to the planning of today's meeting. And finally, a huge thanks goes to you, the TTP community, our TTP warriors, and caregivers. Thank you for honestly sharing your experiences with iTTP. This meeting could not have been as impactful or enlightening without each and every one of you. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all the information from today, including polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on the Wynn Foundation's website. The form to submit comments for the report is open for another 30 days. So if you have not heard your comment read today, it will go into the report, but you can still have an opportunity for the next 30 days to write a comment. And I ask you to consider submitting additional comments, which will also be added to the Voice of the Patient report. A recording of today's program will be available on demand immediately following this meeting. Today's meeting will have a lasting impact on the future of iTTP research and medical product development. So once again, to the entire community, thank you for making your voices heard today.